Welcome, everybody. This is Michelle Hayward. It is absolutely great to see each and every one of you today. We are going to have a fantastic day of 4 hours of talking about equitable workplace, creating the future of work. I am the founder of an early stage tech startup called Positive Hire. And part of what we do is utilizing technology as well as consulting to solve workplace issues. And we want to talk about the equitable workplace because oftentimes when we talk about the future of work, we're focused on technology and not so much what about the people. What happens in the workplace to the people, and how do we bring equity into the workplace? So, we have a phenomenal lineup of people today who are former HR executives, who are current employers in workplaces, who are people analytics consultants, behavioral scientists, even executive coaches, helping train, educate on the humanity side of equity in the workplace, and those who are looking at the data side and bridging the two together. So we're having these conversations not to inspire you, but to literally give you actionable tactics and tips you can utilize in your actual workplace with your teams, with your coworkers, with other like minded people. So take the time today to join us as you can. If you're like, Michelle, I can't stay on for all 4 hours, do not worry. We have you covered. If you've gone over to our website, equitableworkplace.positivehire.co, or if you just go to the positivehire.co website, you can click on the button at the top and register for the summit there. Instead of having to scroll through 4 hours of great interviews, we're going to split these interviews up so no matter what you miss, you'll be able to access it later. Yes, we want you to access it later so that you can come back, you can share, and you can then, as you're walking through this entire process, you have the resources and tactics and tools to get you started and put some win beneath your sail. That is really what we're focused on today. Now, I specifically chosen this the speakers because they all have done different things to bring data and HR, DEI into the workplace. And they all have very interesting perspectives that they're going to share. But more importantly, they are here to connect with you today and to really provide you some assistance and guidance in where you are. So if you have questions, you have comments, be sure you drop them in the chat because we truly want to hear them. Now, next up, we have one of my absolute favorite people to have on the show. Met her about 6 years ago, and she is running this fantastic program called On the Matter of Race. Oh, I'm gonna do some magic. Pause for a moment. Ta-da! You like the way I do that? How I do that there? Up next, we have Lynn Marine Hurdle. Lynn has a fantastic story of how she went from being an actress, well, that still can happen, right? To actually becoming a communications expert. So, Lynn, come on in and join us today. Hi, Lynn.
Hi, good morning or hello. I'm not sure what time zone everybody's in, but hi, everyone.
It is great to have you here, Lynn, and to see you again. I can't wait till we see each other in person. It's been a
I
couple.
know.
It's
It's
been
been
a
a while.
minute. Wow. But what can you tell the audience a bit about yourself and then we'll go from there. I want to get I'm trying to jump over some steps and
Yeah.
get into on the matter of race, but tell the
Yeah.
people a bit
So
about
so then
yourself.
I'll tell you a little bit about myself that really can lead into on the matter of race. I'm a Bronx girl, born and raised. My parents moved my sister and I from the South Bronx, predominantly African American neighborhood when I was 7, and we moved into an all white neighborhood because my parents really were concerned about education. And so 10 years later, at 17, I'm on a bus, almost home, but the bus is stopped because there is a mob of young white males with red bandanas tied on their heads with baseball bats running toward the bus, who then tried to turn over the bus because they were specifically looking for African Americans to get off the bus so that they could beat us, really. And there were only 3 of us on there, including the bus driver. And I left that incident. I knew that I wanted to be an actress, like from the time I was 3, but left that incident knowing from just a voice in my head that I was supposed to do something about bringing people together around these issues. And I didn't know where that came from. I didn't want to do it, but when I went to school, I went to Syracuse University as a theater major and changed my major sophomore year to nonviolent conflict and change, which is really all about conflict resolution and the way that we communicate and interact with each other. And that really, I pursued that as a career after I got my degree and my master's in education and creating peaceable schools. And so I've been coaching and speaking and writing and putting together programs to help people really get along, but to also just learn how to bring themselves closer to conflict so that we can really learn about ourselves in conflict and learn how to do it better.
That's an absolutely terrifying yet a phoenix rising moment.
Yeah.
I don't want to imagine, but I know that's reality, and that drove you to this path. And from there, you built that career, and now you created a program
Yeah.
called On the Matter of Race. Can
Yes.
you tell us a bit about the program? Like,
Yes. Another thing I didn't see myself doing. So I'm at a retreat with some colleagues and 2 white women who I had become friends with at that point, but who also were former clients. I was coaching them in conflict resolution, and they both said to me pretty much at the same time, I really want to work with you again. Have you ever thought about putting together some kind of program for white women like us who really don't know about racism but want to understand it. Where for the first time in our lives, we actually have friends of color and we don't understand when they have conversations about racism and we want to. And would you think about that? And I said, I don't really think that's what I want to do because I do that on a regular basis. It's just that I don't have groups that are for specifically just for white people. And in my experience, white people are resistant to really wanting to learn about racism. But the more we talked, the more I knew it was something that I was supposed to do. And so 2.5 years ago, that first group started with 8 people, and now I'm at eight groups, about to probably do nine, and two of those groups are C-suite groups. Really, because one of the people that was in my first group, she's continued on with me, and so she brought me into her company, the company that she works for, her corporate space, and I'm working with C-suite folks in that space. But it's really about white people who are committed to understanding racism as they've never understood it before, and not just learning the facts, not just learning the history, but also really going within to find out how they've been raised, what they've been taught to believe, what's really happening for them as they're learning and unlearning things about racism, and how they've been able to actually uphold racism without even knowing consciously that they were doing it, and also how they have consciously upheld it
Okay.
as well.
Yep. So as you're going through this journey with, well, let me back up, because you have this program. You didn't think people are going to be white people are going to be committed to it. What's the process? Because I love this process you have
Hmm.
on, hey, it's not like I'm just going to take your money because you pay
Right.
me. What is
Right.
your process
Yes.
to
Yeah.
increase in determining who participates in your
Mhm.
program?
Yeah, so that was my thing, is like I'll do this under certain parameters. The first being that everyone has to be interviewed by me, because I really need white people who are ready to learn, to understand that they are not the authority, to really commit to going within and doing the work, because there's homework that has to be done, there's readings, there's videos, there's questions that need to be answered, real exploration. So I need to know that you're going to really commit to doing that, because this is a 6-month journey. Each level, and there's level 1 through 5, and each level is 6 months of meeting and working and really doing it, right? Committing to it. So that has to be one of the things. You have to be interviewed. The second thing is, how are you going to use this? Because we can sit and do, the school thing, learn, take notes, and make A's. I don't grade people, but but we can do all of that. But then what do we do with that? So you come in saying, hey, okay, I want to do this. There's an uncle that I have always wanted to talk with about racism, but I just don't really know enough. Or how do I do that? Or I want to bring it into my company. We've had one person who was put in the heading up DEI as a white woman, and she didn't understand why Black, Indigenous people of color were not happy with that. And then when she started in the program, she said, "Oh, I know why they're not happy, because I really didn't realize how much I didn't know. I didn't realize that just wanting to have a diverse company, just wanting people to get along better, wasn't going to be enough for me. That I had to really start to understand racism, and start to understand when people of color are talking, what it is that they're talking about, and also being able to listen to them and believe them. And so those are the two things that are really important, is the interview and what's the action that you're going to commit to. Because 3 months into the journey, I
Yep.
say, okay, Now, what's the first step you're going to take on that action if you haven't already? Because many people already were taking action, right? But if
Yeah.
you haven't already, what's your first step? And then if you are already, what's your next step? And then for the rest of the 3 months, they're able to come in, talk about that, get feedback and support, because this is not easy stuff, to go back out there and keep doing the action.
That keep doing the action is what I'm gonna focus on in just a second.
Yeah.
So before the action, what are some of the reoccurring things that you found that may be surprising as white people take this journey?
Yeah. Well, there's the one, I think there's one that is really a dominant factor in the white people who take this journey, is that they were raised to believe that just being nice is enough, that just treat people the way that you want to be treated, and you won't be a racist, right? And when they find out that being nice is great, it really is, but you smiling at people of color and being kind to them does nothing to dismantle racism. So I think that once they see that, that is difficult, because you want to believe that you're one of the good people, and you probably are, but when it comes to racism, you're probably not, because you are doing the things that continue to uphold racism. So it is beyond not even just speaking out, but one of the bigger things is believing us. It I asked them, so many people came into my program after George Floyd was murdered. And it was as if that was the first thing that's ever happened, and that it was so brutal, it opened their eyes. So when I take them back, right, in history, and even just things that are currently going on, and they have to ask themselves, well, why didn't I believe people of color when they were talking about this? Why didn't I believe Black people when they've been saying this? Because this isn't new for us. We've
Yep.
been saying this for centuries, actually, right? And so why didn't we believe it? It's a very difficult thing for them to go back and to trace back and understand, wow, my parents who thought they were doing good, right, told me that in this country, this country really does do great things for you. And so to believe that everybody has the same opportunities and the same starting line, that's what they believed. But then to learn that that's actually not true, I think is very difficult. And so, what I know one person said, what she discovered was that what her parents taught her then was anybody who complains about this country really doesn't want to work for for their success. And so as we, as Black people, Indigenous people of color, are bringing up the issues that
Yep.
affect our lives, that's seen as complaining. And so that's, for her, that was what she figured out. That's why I don't believe you all when you're saying the things that are happening in your lives, because that tape's playing in my mind. Anybody who complains about this country just doesn't want to work for success.
Absolutely. One of the common sayings is pull yourself up by your bootstraps.
Right.
And I challenge people on this, especially if they're talking about Black people, because if they were enslaved in work camps in this country, oftentimes when they left, they were freed or escaped, they were barefoot. There
Mhm.
were no bootstraps to
Right.
pull yourself back off.
Right.
And what I mean by that, not just physically barefoot, meaning no resources.
That's right. That's absolutely
And
right.
meaning people may not provide you any housing, you're sleeping out wherever, if you can make it through and live and not get lynched. And so the experience is definitely different when you go back generation after generation. We've progressed, don't get me wrong, but it's not to the stance for which we have provided.
Yeah.
And that is often off put on so many different levels when we look at race, especially here in the US.
Yeah. And the thing I also want to say about that is it's interesting because this is something that's been really bothering me this week. I believe I'm going to blog about it later today. And that is that this whole piece around diversity, what has happened, again, because we've grown up in this white supremacist system, right? Diversity gets defined as we're only looking for people of color, right? And that's their only requirement. We're not
Yep.
looking for qualified people of color who can do the job well, who've been left out, right? We're looking for just if you have the black or brown face, or if diversity extends even further than that, right? If you're LGBTQ, if you have a disability, like we're just looking for that. We're not looking for people who are qualified. And there are so many, just as many qualified people out there, right, who are of a diverse background as there are the people that continue to get the jobs, right? And that's the thing that's missing for me, because that's always the pushback is this is about making sure you look a certain way, and it's not about making sure that people can do their jobs. And I have to say, for some companies it isn't about that. It is about checking off the box. But if you're going to do it right, you have to be determined to find the people who are out there, and they are out there, who are qualified to do the job, who are also from diverse backgrounds.
Absolutely. And the other thing I want to add in here, working with employers, sometimes they do want to qualify. But what I've found is oftentimes Black employees are doing the work, but they're not given the title and the compensation to go with
Hmm.
it.
Hmm.
And I work oftentimes to help women, especially display that on LinkedIn and their resume to talk about what they accomplished as
Right,
opposed to the things they do. And so it goes both. They're like, we're looking, but they have to have the job title. And this is like, hold up, we've
right,
already proved we can show and prove they're not oftentimes getting promoted. So
right.
let's talk about what do you actually have had them do to get the job done, as
Yeah.
opposed to a job title. And so it has to be. I found a few employees.
Yeah, you found some folks who know how to do that, but not everybody does. And the thing about my program, right, is that I'm preparing white people who are in these positions to sit at the table and actually understand the conversation that you are having with them. It isn't something that they aren't familiar with. It isn't something that they find difficult to understand. They know that, wow, because they've
I
experienced it.
am okay. So we are having some tech issues right now.
Okay, you're back.
Okay. Okay, so I'm just gonna try my third backup. I've jumped off the Wi-Fi. I went to hardline. I'm back on Wi-Fi. I was like, look, y'all gonna let me do this or not? So I got a backup to the backup. So
Okay, well, you need to know I kept talking. I just kind of took off from your point and
okay.
kept talking. So I did say, that we need folks, because if people are in my program, then you have folks at the table who understand what you're talking about,
Yeah.
instead of it being something that just absolutely goes over their head, or they really don't understand it and don't aren't trying to understand it, right? But if you are able to experience knowledge around this and conversations, we have great conversations in this group, then you're really working things through so that when you sit at the table and someone is saying to you, there's more to this than just getting people in who look different than you or think different than you, right? There's also, beyond the hiring, there is the promoting and there is the supporting of folks. Then they understand not just that it needs to be done, but how to do that. And that's really important too.
I love it. I absolutely love that. That's who you're finding in coming to your program. I like number one that the process you have because I do we often talk about the white savior,
Yeah.
and that's not what we're looking for.
No,
That does not serve a purpose.
no. No, and it's funny because that is a place that a lot of people do come to, like, wow, like there are efforts that I want to make in my business, right? Uh, wow, I've got to examine where this is coming from. Is this white savior, right? Am I coming from that space? Someone of color confronted me about something that I said, right? And it really, I either went into tears or I pushed back and was very defensive. Is that about white fragility? Is that what's happening here for me? Like when you understand these concepts, right? Then you can ask yourself these questions rather than continue to fall back into what was your normal behavior, right? It's like, I don't want to talk about this. I'm not a racist. Don't you accuse me of being racist. Rather than, let me hear what they're saying and examine whether or not, hey, did I actually get fragile there and just get defensive rather than say, I want to understand how this was received by them.
Okay, this is fantastic. No matter the tech issues, I I want to go to the work. Go back to that actionable steps, the work
Uh-huh.
that has to be done, and what sometimes is the pushback, and then what is some of the work that you're seeing participants in your program actually do.
Yeah. So I'll talk about it's everything from people posting on social media, just really either posting about what they're learning about themselves or just challenging friends who are white to really begin to look at these issues, or to say to people of color, if you are in friendships, right, with people who are white, it'd be great if you gave them information about this program because it's an opportunity for us to really be with each other committed white people, to have the conversation.
Yeah.
There's someone who blogs about money and racism, right? Because the connection between that in this country is something that's really not talked about. There are people who have conversations with family members that they've never been able to have conversations with before around this. And while it may not go well at first, they keep coming back, right? Either the person does or they do, and the conversations then get to a deeper place for them. There are people who are parents who desperately want to raise white allies in their children and don't know how to do that. But because they're in this group, we have conversations about that. We do role plays before people even have conversations, because one of the things that I teach is if you're going to hammer at folks, they are not coming for that, or at least they're not
Right.
coming to try to hear you. They're coming to annihilate you because you're trying to annihilate them. So, how do you have the conversation? And I think that's the other thing that's unique about my program is I've got 40 years in the world and work of conflict resolution and teaching people how to communicate better with each other. So that combined with my 40 years of diversity, equity, and inclusion work really does set a different standard for how the work is done. As I said, we have people who are in corporate spaces who are bringing this into their corporations. We've had dancers who have looked at the world that they're in and seen the opportunities for white dancers as opposed to people of color. I mean, even in the community of belly dancing, things that are not actually founded by white people, but have been white people have found success in things like that in yoga, right?
Yeah.
Looking at that and going, wow, are the opportunities here really equitable? And if they are not, how do I take a stand? in making sure that they are. So there's all different ways. I never tell people what action they should take. I just help them to take the steps that they need to take in order to fulfill those actions.
Wow, thank you so much. That's absolutely monumentous. How so you started this program 2.5 years ago. How long have some of your participants been there? Just so people
Yeah.
understand it's a
Yeah,
journey,
I
it's
have
not a
people who
sprint.
started with me 2.5 years ago who are now we are officially have the doors open for folks for our next journey, our next 6-month journey, which starts the week of January 17th. And I have 6 folks who started with me and who are now going on to level 5, right, in January. But also we have almost 100% participation of folks who are currently in one of my levels who are then going on to the next level because they haven't found anything quite like this, right? And I know folks are doing great things out there. Uh, but what we offer is something that folks tend to really enjoy because white people don't have these conversations on the norm. We do as people of color. So to find a place where they can have them, they can be safe enough to have them being led by a woman of color who is very direct, but also I teach with love, but I'm not going to let you off the hook, right? And to be able to examine yourself with other white people who are doing the same thing and have the hard conversations, it really, I think it fulfills something in folks, and that's why we see people going on to the next and the next and the next level.
Yes, love it. Lynn, thank you so much. How can people connect with you?
Yes, please connect at lynnmaureenhurdle.com. You'll learn more about me. Uh, on the Matter of Race program is there too, but also on the Matter of Race, as I said, we're opening up for our January journey. I only take 12 in in each level, and so for level 1, I'd love to have you get in touch with you. Use the link for On the Matter of Race, or go to my website and it's there as well. And I'm really looking forward to the folks being a part of this and connecting with me.
Thank you so much, Lynn. It is great to have you on
Oh,
the
it's always a pleasure. You
summit.
know, I'll do anything for you.
I'm gonna hold you to that. I'm gonna remember
Okay.
that. We
All
have this
right.
recorded. I have a time stamp.
I love
Lynn,
it.
thank you so much.
Thank
Have a great
you.
week.
You too.
That was Lynn Hurdle. Wasn't that fantastic? So she is doing work directly with white leaders to help them understand how to have conversations about racism, understand racism, and actually going to do the work. It's not an easy process. It is not a sprint. It is truly a marathon. So definitely be sure you connect with Lynn. If you're interested in learning more about the Matter on Race, there's the link so that you can go and engage and learn more about her program. So I highly encourage, if it's not for you, maybe it's for somebody that you know who may be interested. But again, remember, she has a process. You have to apply and she interviews you. So she doesn't take everybody, but she does make impact. So thank you, Lynn, for the work that you continue to do. Now, if you haven't registered yet for the virtual summit, I highly encourage you to do so. We will be doing a special giveaway. If you haven't registered yet, I made a quick, easy link, a bit.ly, I don't, / equitable workplace 21. It'll send you to the site to go register. What happens is this is a running 4-hour stream. We will break this up into more manageable bite-sized pieces so you don't have to try to scroll through all 4 hours, actually 4.5 hours. Also, if you register on the site, we will be giving away a free book by John Graham. And if you missed John's talk last week, Thursday, he actually did a kickoff for the summit last week, Thursday, where he was talking about plantation theory, the Black professional struggle between freedom and security. And it's about the Black professional's experience in the workplace. If you've been trying to explain to coworkers and others what your experience is if you identify as Black or like in the workplace, this book can do that for you. You don't have to continue to relive your trauma. So definitely be sure to register over there so you're entered to win that book. If you like, I've already purchased it, it's okay. We got you. But definitely go over and check it out. Now, up next, we have another fantastic speaker. Um, he has spent his career in HR as an executive, working with the some well-known companies and brands. But what I really like about Randy, yes, is how he breaks down the approach that HR should be taking when they decide not to work with data in the workplace. So, Randy, come on up. How are you doing today?
Doing great, Michelle. How are you?
I'm feeling good.
Yeah, I mean, after that last with Lynn, that was great. I was happy to be able to kind of watch and observe that in the green room. So it seems like you've had a great day so far.
Well, just a few tech issues, but we're managing through that. That's what I'll say.
Love it, love it. Well, I'm happy to be here, and thanks for having me.
You're very welcome. Can you tell the audience a bit about your background in HR?
Sure. I sometimes describe myself as the accidental HR guy because I actually studied music. I was a jazz saxophonist, or I should say am, as the journey always continues in music. And so if you would have told me when I was in school playing saxophone that, someday, Randy, you're going to be the head of HR at some really interesting companies, I'd have been, what? HR? Blah. That would not have resonated with me. And so, but if you would have told me at the time, someday, Randy, you're going to be in this role where you can inspire people and you can drive change and you can help people do their best, I'd be like, yeah, sign me up. So as it would happen is I actually, a lot of just, both luck and some good decisions and right timing. And then probably more importantly, paying attention to people smarter than me. I found myself being a part of really interesting tech companies at interesting times, both in the recruiting capacity, talent acquisition and such, and then also head of HR. And so on that journey, I had a chance to work early on with Google from about 2005 to 2012 during this really critical hypergrowth time where data and people was really important. And I did that all in Zurich, Switzerland, which was kind of crazy. I was the head of all the talent acquisition across the EMEA region, Europe, Middle East, and Africa. And then from there, listening to smart people in 2012, they were telling me about this great startup, the only company they'd leave Google for. It's run by this guy named Elon Musk. And so I had a chance to join Elon as his head of HR at SpaceX, which was a pretty adventurous and unique opportunity. And then from there, I had a chance to kind of align more with my values of working for a founder who was working on helping to drive change through health, wellness, music. And that was with the iconic company Jawbone, where I had a nice run as the head of HR. And we got to do a lot of interesting things and grow and scale the company, and then also implode the company and pivot to another type of company. And so it's been an amazing journey. And now I spend my time helping founders and heads of HR think about people issues. I work closely with my wife, who's the author of Storytelling with Data. And we're growing a company where we're helping people more effectively tell their stories with the data they use. So it's been a great ride. And yet I still get to continue playing the saxophone, which I love. And we have 3 little kids. And so I get to be a dad too. So I love that.
Absolutely. So you've heard a few of those large companies, but they still utilize data. When you think, well, they're tech companies too, so it's not a surprise. But on the HR side, when you look at data or think about data as it relates to people, what are some of the ways you've used data to really make better decisions? I'll start there.
Yeah, I mean, and Google's probably a great place to start because I think Google early on saw that there could be information around the way in which we work and interact that can be helpful in how we drive the business. And it starts with, some of the most basic things, which I I think back to a time when I was speaking to a whole bunch of HR professionals and I asked them the question and I said, all right, show of hands and no one's going to judge, but how many of you with at least 50, 75% accuracy could tell me what your head count is today? Raise your hand if you think that. And, Michelle, was like half the room kind of slowly went up. And I thought, whoa, I said, that'd be like going to your doctor and you're like, what was my blood work over the last few years? And they're like, I'm not sure. So the very start of it is from a people standpoint in data. It's amazing how little we actually have and know and use. And it's important to recognize that fact because many people want to jump to really trying to do interesting and innovative things with data. And yet that most basic place that we should be starting with, like, is a bit elusive. And I think a lot of that has to do with some of the inherent challenges with data. And we can talk a little bit about that. But when it comes to working with data, the things that we can see and the insights, and in my career, the chance I've had to be able to look at everything from, what drives people to leave a company, or what are some of those motivations of why people don't feel like they can do their best work, or, what makes a manager a great manager and another manager in your company not so great. Or can we predict, who might actually leave the organization based on signals we're getting? And that's just some of the, basic things around maybe attracting talent, hiring, making sure we have the great, managers to lead the team. But then even at Jawbone, if I think we were dealing with, the wearable space, we were looking at other things like, the next all hands meetings where you're seeing the different speakers. Well, some HR leaders would say, I have the pulse. I have my thumb on the pulse of my organization. And I'd say, oh yeah, well, I can actually tell you what the pulse of my organization is based on this speaker versus that. So there's so many, it's so big and it's so wide in terms of the areas you can drive really dramatic change and impact with data. But it's remarkable how often we try to start running instead of starting with some of the small things like that basic question of, hey, what's the head count? And that is just some of the nature of, and we can talk a bit about that around, especially HR leaders don't tend to be data minded. And I talked to one HR leader who said, look, Randy, the reason I went into HR is because I'm not good at math and data. And we have to figure out where are some of those gaps so that we can truly harness the power of looking at information and driving positive change as a result of that.
I love it. So I know I took a little turn of like, what can you do with data? But that's not the first step, right? Because what should organizations do first before diving into data?
Yeah, I think there's sort of two parts. So there's almost the mechanical part, and then there's the philosophical part. And I highlight the mechanical part, and this is that adage of people not knowing what their head count is that first part is that if you have bad data or inconsistent data or unclear data, then the resulting change or positive impact that you're trying to do can be difficult. And I think that is mainly because people are touching data. We have different systems that are touching data. And so sometimes the accuracy and the information that we're dealing with becomes untenable to be able to actually drive change. So, first and foremost, I think getting a hold on what we have for information and for the data that we're working with becomes very important. I remember even with some of the data that we were looking at on why people would leave Jawbone, for example. So when I would ask my team, so why do people leave Jawbone? Do we know why? And we'd get different answers from different people in the organization, but we didn't have a consistent way of going about gathering and coding and looking at this information so that we could come to some very important insights for that decision. And so with little changes, we were actually to go about modifying the way in which we could work with the data. So we armed the HR business partners to do a survey and talked about reasons and talked about, the whys, and then afterwards we could look at it. And in a real tangible case, one of the reasons we found people were leaving, and I'll tell you how this actually started to drive some different changes, is they felt like their work really wasn't valued. They said, I'm working on this project. I don't know if it's important. I don't know if uh, this is something that's meaningful. And I said, well, how are we actually relaying feedback to people that their work is meaningful and that they're doing and having a positive impact? And it turns out that we didn't really have a robust performance review program for the organization. And so people weren't getting feedback, they weren't getting it regularly, and they had no idea. And so as a result, they were making a decision to leave. And so I think that's a great example where we look at the data. We don't necessarily know how the data is going to play out or what the actions are going to be as a result, but we could at least use that information in a way to get that right. So that first part around the kind of the mechanicals and getting some sort of process in place is important, especially when you have people who may not be so aligned or tuned into wanting to work with data. And for that, we can find ways to help them. Now, the second part, back to your kind of question, is that we sometimes lack having this philosophy around why are we doing different things.
Yeah.
So when we think about exit data, well, why is it important? Well, you can say, well, we don't want to lose people. Yeah, that's obvious, but that's not really a core philosophy around why you want to get that information back. And so I think starting with that philosophy first is hugely important, no matter what you are going to do with data. Because if you know the why,
Yeah.
you might have like starts and stops, or you might find out that the data didn't work the way that you were thinking, or you don't have other data that you were hoping. But if you have that philosophy, that's what keeps you on track. So back to that example that we just talked about with, not really knowing why people were leaving Jawbone and using the data to figure it out, which ultimately drove implementing a performance review program, is the philosophy that we could then develop from that, where we take a lot of time to hire amazing people for the organization. We want them to feel valued, and we feel feedback should be happening all the time. But twice a year, we want to make it a more formal thing so that people really know and have something they can touch and hold on to. And that's why we measure this when people leave, and is why we do things through a performance review. So it's that two-pronged approach around having that kind of having the mechanics to be able to drive and get good information, but then more importantly, having that North Star of your philosophy to understand why you're doing it in the first place.
Absolutely. Always going back to the why
Yeah.
is important no matter who or where you are. So you've determined your why. What is the next thing? And we have a question, but we're gonna hold off on that for a minute.
Yeah.
um, Once you know your why and you're fairly sure and you're somewhat committed to your why, what's the next thing an organization should be looking at doing moving ahead with their data?
Well, I think I know, and you didn't in sharing the why. Like, we can't underestimate like the importance of the why and repeating, and
Yeah.
not only the why from why we believe maybe on the HR side this to be important, but if that why isn't consistent from the top down, meaning like when we talk about this, let's even talk about this concept of an organization that says we want to have a balanced and diverse workforce. Okay, hooray! That sounds like a great why, but it's not really a why. It's more of a statement.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
so why is that? Well, and if you don't spend the time from almost the top down and find ways in which this becomes repeatable and known and questioned and discussed, then that why is pretty useless. And so, one example is, at Google, the importance around a diverse workforce was that many different people use our products, and we believe that our products are going to be most amazing if the people building them are representing the people who are using and working with them. And that's why we want to continue to focus on building a diverse workforce, is because we'll build amazing products if we have an amazing and diverse team. Okay, that's a consistent why, and that's a great place to start, but that's just the beginning of the journey, because I think that the other components are around, is this a pithy, repeatable phrase that sounds good to the media, or is this something that's actually embodied in all the things that we're doing? And we would often see this, for example, on the critical hire that had to happen in a particular group in conflict with the mission at hand. Like, we want to have a diverse and workforce. I need this position hired tomorrow, or we're not going to have a business because we need to get this on board. And how do you bridge that gap in between with some of the constraints that might exist? For example, if let's just take women in engineering, like, we can count up all the women graduates from computer science degrees, and we know roughly how many women in engineering are out there and how many people are trying to hire them. And if your goal is to increase, for example, the number of women in your engineering team, there may be a conflict because you're drawing from a smaller pool, which is going to cause some constraints and other challenges on that hiring side. And so while the mission and the philosophy and that having that might be important from the top down, it has to permeate throughout, where there may be moments in which you'd say, well, it might take us somewhat longer to find that, but in service of what we're trying to do, and we know that the overarching benefit of this is going to be far greater, we know that we will put more focus on reaching a harder to reach, demographic in a pool. So I think that's the first thing. And I don't know if I keep coming back to the why, and so I don't want to miss your question. So let me make sure I get to that piece.
No, I like that you dug in deeper into the why. Has to be number one from the top.
Yeah.
It has to be driven throughout the organization. And more importantly, understanding you have to be able to facilitate or really be actionable in the why, even at the most difficult times, right? Oh, it's going to be too hard. That's why we have you here, because you can do hard things. Aren't you glad?
Exactly. Well, and I think the transparency and consistency across the organizations become the most important things. Like, that consistency of, just because it's hard does not mean that we abandon our why.
Exactly.
Having that why in place helps us navigate through even when it's there. And, we've seen companies do this who've, held themselves accountable and put things out that will hold them accountable. And as a result of that, there may be things that they don't want to happen, like, we missed our number, we failed, we did not hit the objective we have. But that doesn't mean we divert from the why. If you truly are committed to that, and that goal, again, coming back to the data, then, we have that information to hold ourselves accountable against how we're making progress against that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I like that. And I would also add, when you have that why in place and you're going to have difficult things, you sit there and you usually have strategies that you develop to help you get through those. What are difficult now become easier because you have a strategy, you have resources all laid out to help you. And you can go back and say, hey, we did this, we tried that, these are the results we have. And oftentimes those are not put into place prior to. And it happens over time, you develop those. But usually nobody in a lot of organizations haven't gotten that far, even thought about what happens when and if we encounter this.
Yeah, and I can give you a great example of that. So, for example, one of the things that when I talked about, I'll just go back to the Google example about really trying to focus on this diverse workforce, is we knew what the mission and the philosophy was that we wanted to adhere to. We had the numbers that were going to hold us accountable for how we were making progress or not. And then there's this other component, which is almost kind of weighing in the human nature component. And by that, I mean, so I know recruiters. I've known recruiters. That's what I started my career in. And recruiters, apologies to any of the recruiters watching, I hope you don't disagree, but recruiters will gravitate towards the path of least resistance. Okay. Yeah. Their goal and objective is, I need to fill this position. And so when you give a challenge to say, you need to fill this position, and we're really trying to optimize for making it sure we have the best chance of hiring the most diverse workforce. So there's sort of two approaches you could make to that. So company A may say, we want to make this everybody's objective. Okay. Every recruiter has this as an objective, that they make this a point to, as part of what they're recruiting, have some focus on diversity recruiting. Okay. Company B, and I can tell you because we took this approach, is, I love that idea, but unless it's one thing to make this like a focus. It's another thing if this is your job. So what we did is, one of the things is we carved out recruiters. We said, the only thing you will be focusing on is making sure you continue to keep the diverse representation of candidates at the table. Your whole job is to recruit. And now that came with some trade-offs. So we talked about smaller candidate pools. You can't set expectations that that recruiter is going to hire at the same volume someone who's fishing out of a massive, dense pond. And so, but driving kind of behavioral changes and understanding and making changes and iterations along the way, I think are like important tenets to remember, is that having the philosophy is important, but you need to be able to adjust, understand human nature, and make adjustments along the way. And I feel like if you do that in a very humble approach, which is, we don't know how this is going to work. We're going to be very transparent. We're going to adjust along the way, but we're not going to lose sight of why we're doing this and why this is important. And that, we did that in Europe, for example. And again, with the diversity of, 12 engineering centers across 12 different countries, and the unique diversity challenges across all of Europe, Middle East, and Africa is very different than, for example, here in the US. And so for us, we found the most could come from focusing on driving up the women in engineering and targeting that. And that group that was completely focused on where this was their job, and they had to make sure they were reminding others the way that we could approach this, and their hiring was focused on a different candidate pool, we had some of the highest success rates for bringing up our women in engineering focus that we had set forth. And so you have to understand how human nature works, make adjustments, but don't lose sight of what you're trying to do from a philosophy standpoint.
I love it. I want to get to the question we have in the chat, because we only have a few minutes left. Probably jumping the gun for this block. I'm curious as to what Randy thinks about the future work in people data, specifically with the rise of call for separation between DEI initiatives and HR.
Yeah, and I mean, it's hard without. It's a great question. Thanks for that. I think where that's going is what's going to happen, especially as there's a call out of what is trying to happen on D&I, what's generally happening in HR. And I think on that, I would just say that a couple things. One, there's a bit of a warning around remembering that people who deal with data and analytics often lack the people context for what is behind the data. And I think for HR practitioners and leaders, the best thing we can do is to make sure that there is always kind of context and we have better understanding of, like, we are dealing with people. It is not just data. The data can help inform us, but we're also dealing with people, situations, and other things that are unique to the people component of it. So I think one is to make sure that we don't separate, we don't keep too isolated that, oh, this is people data and this is HR stuff. Like, there has to be some commingling. I think on the D&I aspect of it, I think that we're seeing, entire functions that are starting to separate and be separate from the HR function. I think that's kind of another topic. But I think it's, again, this approach that from the leadership, if they feel, for example, if innovation is important in your organization, what you will often see is that you have your engineering organization, but then there might be this group that's going to be focused on innovation. And in some organizations, they'll say, we want this group separate so that it's directly aligned to the CEO. That shows that it's important. The CEO knows and has a direct line of responsibility to that group and the changes that are happening. So if the question is around D&I and HR being separate, I think a lot of that's going to come down to almost that example that I'd shared about the recruiting function, where you can make it part of everyone's mission, or you can actually say, we need to make this a priority, and therefore we want to have these functions separately. I don't know if Michelle, if you kind of understood the question in the same way, but
I did to number one, HR and data not mixing, where they don't always have the same skill sets. Data people don't always, analytical over here, have the best people skills and understand what may be driving the data. And HR people, like, those are numbers. I don't do numbers. You want the compensation group, go down the hall, right?
Yeah.
And so
Yep.
that I do agree with that. I think also the separation of HR and DEI, where DEI is connected to the CEO is a huge move and important move for many organizations, not all of them. It depends on who's running HR.
Yeah.
And if that HR person is DEI focused and they have been driving and going through, leading through that lens, then and not just white women lens, right?
Yeah.
But the DEI on a larger scale and understanding where their blind spots and having other people in there to guide, that's a different place. If we don't have enough of those places,
Yeah.
then sometimes it's better to separate it. But I think overall, you're going to have a blend of the analytics, you're going to have a blend of the HR, as well as somebody who can communicate those two things blended together to leadership. Because if you don't, I'm one of the rare engineers that can talk to people.
Yeah.
I've been told,
I love
from
it.
whether it's an operator, equipment operator, to executives. It's very, that communications part is really, really key, no matter where you are in the organization. But being able to bridge those two is definitely key to driving sustainable equity in the workplace.
Agreed. Yeah, and I think we're seeing this in. I wish I had the stat handy for me, but one of my colleagues in the HR side of things brought up how much progress over the last few years has been made on bringing in either in heads of HR or heads of DEI initiatives around people, underrepresented individuals, into that role, and it's gone up tremendously. And so this is again another spot where you can say. It would be ideal if our head of engineering and our head of sales and all these other roles, but it's great to see that we can make some progress. And it's funny for me to be talking here as like white male head of HR. Like I was in favor a while ago, but it's now a time where there's an opportunity to really bring forward talented individuals who can better understand the challenges and changes that are going on in organizations. And I think it's great. And the progress that is happening is there. It's not where we necessarily want it to be or where it could be, but I think we're making great change there. And I think a lot of that comes down to organizations being more transparent around their initiatives on diversity and staying committed to that. And for those watching, I would highly encourage this. Checking out, for example, Pinterest is a great example of companies that have put forward what their goals have been. And if you go and put in Pinterest diversity hiring, you can see from 2015 was the first year that they put forward their goals that they were shooting for. And it's a great example of an organization that put goals out there, missed them, learned from them, adjusted, and not adjusted because, it's hard, but instead, for example, we want to make sure we have, this percentage of this demographic. And they found out that that was perhaps not the right approach, or too broad, or missing the point. And the things that they drive, not only from putting numbers and things out there, but and committing themselves and holding themselves accountable, but also they talk about how that alone drives all other actions, all other relationships, all other communication throughout the organization. And that's just a great example where taking that step of holding yourself accountable can actually pay dividends throughout the organization because it drives other behaviors. So I would highly recommend check out. They always make it public. They put out there. I think they put up. I just was actually looking. So they have up recently their stats that they've put up, and what I love is that they actually show where they were at from 2015 to last year to this was at the end of 2020, and so they've committed to that. And that's not always easy because you can see in some of these cases that they've actually, missed the mark in some cases. And so they're pretty transparent about that. They focus on what they're doing, and then not just the numbers, because there has to be more than just the data, but it is talking about the changes and things that have happened in the organization. So Pinterest is working hard on it, and I think that they've done a great job of holding themselves accountable, which is part of that process if you truly want to drive change.
Absolutely. Randy, how can people connect with you?
I'm on LinkedIn, and I think that's a great place. I'm Randy Nafik, very good. And I'm on Twitter, though I'm not so active there. And then again, as I mentioned, check out Storytelling with Data, because I think that's the cornerstone of just not showing the data that your Excel spit out, but instead, what is the narrative you are trying to share? What is the change you're trying to make happen? And so at Storytelling with Data, we drive a lot of, we have a lot of great conversations. There's a podcast, there's video, there's a lot of learning opportunities to improve the way in which you communicate with your data. So that's also a great place to check us out. And we have a good following on LinkedIn, so be sure to follow Storytelling with Data on LinkedIn as well.
I've picked up the book. I have to find time to read it. So it's next to my spin bike. So once, the new year starts.
It's an easy read. That's the best part about Storytelling with Data. It's translated into over, I think, 20 languages. It's used by over 150 universities as a textbook. So I will look forward to your review after you check it out. But thanks for checking it out.
Thank you so much for joining us, Randy. Bye. I'll talk to you later.
All right. Thanks so much. This was great.
So that was Randy. He shared his experience with Google, data, HR, and data don't always mix, but it was absolutely fantastic. I love the comments and the engagement we have. I am going to now do something very, very special, which is share a bit about one of our sponsors, and then we'll go to the next speaker. And our next sponsor is coming up, I promise, is the Next It Girl. The Next It Girl is a nonprofit that focuses on getting Black and Brown girls into IT. Aha, you thought it was fashion, didn't you? The founder, Napia Nabula, received her Bachelor of Science degree in Computer Science from Charleston Southern University in the state of South Carolina. She thought, being at a predominantly white institution, that maybe she was just one of few students majoring in computer science. But when she went out in the industry, she was then very much alone as a Black woman in tech. She founded the Next It Girl about 5.5 years ago in Indianapolis, Indiana, where she has the first chapter. She then moved to Atlanta, where she started the second chapter, and now has a third one located in Charleston, South Carolina, her hometown. If you know of any young girls, Black or brown, who are interested in learning more about tech from the ages of 10 to 21, yes, they even go through college, be sure to go to the nextitgirl.org. Not only is it a fantastic organization to be involved with, they are also virtual. They've worked with companies like Amazon. They've done certain things like taking computers apart, because you don't want them taking apart your computer at home. But it gives them the opportunity to take apart the computer at a program that is specifically geared around young girls to empower them to go into tech. So thank you so much, Napia, for bringing forth a great program, especially bringing a chapter back home to the great state of South Carolina. So next up, we have Diana File. Diana has been in data for a while, but specifically looking at people analytics and helping organizations bring diversity, equity, inclusion, as well as justice into the workplace. Diana, thank you so much for joining us.
I'm so excited to be here.
So, can you tell those who are watching and listening, how did you get into this fantastic people analytics space?
Sure. So my background actually is in psychology. I have my MA in it. And when I first started studying kind of like understanding human behavior, psychology attracted me because there's all these theories and frameworks, and you figure you could fit people into little boxes and figure out what they're doing. But in order to have a real understanding of dynamics among groups and why certain intractable conflicts persist, I did a lot of work in the conflict resolution space, specifically living abroad in Israel, Palestine for 10 years. And during the process, one of the things I noticed is that when people have different conflicting narratives of history and their needs are not being met from a psychological perspective as well as a material perspective, it's really hard for them to ever resolve the conflict, and just conflicts will continue to be perpetuated. And data can change all of that because it can add a dimension, if used properly and in the right context, of truth to reconcile some of those conflicting narratives and really create experiences of reconciliation and healing at individual and international levels, like all and everything in between. So I had been doing consulting work in organizational psychology for many years prior to the crisis of conscience in May 2020, following the tragic murder of George Floyd. And then all of a sudden, DEIJ as an industry really picked up, and the need for data and analytics in that space just became so great. And the need for tools and methodologies and frameworks that were rigorous and really honed in on where does bias live, where do behaviors of racism, sexism, homophobia, all kinds of isms, where do they live and how do they create experiences of oppression and suffering for people on a daily basis. And so finding new and innovative tools that I've been able to invent and customize for different companies has been really meaningful in that space. And I feel like we're at the cusp of change, but we need to work together on it,
I want to go back to something you said. After the murder of George Floyd, there has been an influx of people looking at their people analytics. When you're seeing new customers, let's just talk to newer people, talk
Yeah.
about newer people. Where are these clients and organizations in the DEIJ journey when they approach you?
Oh, that's a great question, Michelle. So typically people come to me and they're in one of two buckets. A little bit, you get people that are like in between, but the two extremes are either they want to do something about DEI and they want to make measurable progress because it's the right thing to do, and there's some kind of commitment from the executive level, and they realize that there's ROI for it. They realize that you will create more innovation and more revenue and more productivity and be able to serve your marketplace better if your workforce is diverse and inclusive and equitable and just. And they just don't know where to start. It's like, we don't know where the problems are. Help us find them. Help us create, solutions for them, etc. And then the other category is people whose backs are up against the wall because they've been sued one too many times, or they're about to get sued, and they are tired of spending money on millions of dollars of discrimination lawsuit settlements, and they want to make it stop.
Or maybe what is 137 million, or is 187 million that SpaceX has to pay?
Is
Most
that
of it, yeah. So they might be calling you if they haven't already. You might want to check your voicemail. I'm just saying, maybe they could have saved 130 million and paid you 70. I don't know. So
I love that.
So, but in all seriousness, these are the reasons that organizations are coming to you, looking for this type of work. But at the same time, what are some things you tell them before they even start down this journey? Because they think, oh, I can do this. All we have to do is maybe 1, 2, 3, and voila, it's done. What are things you let them know that are really going to come up if they enter this journey?
Yeah, it's a great question. I actually have like a little cheat sheet of like the questions that you should be asking if you come to a data analytics practitioner, and you want to find out if they're really committed and understanding of the DEI journey. And these are the questions I encourage people to ask. Questions around what data approaches do you use to center the experiences of marginalized and underrepresented groups? What data methodologies do you use? How do you measure bias? What would constitute evidence of bias? How do you even define DIJ? And often those definitions can be fluffy, like a little fluffy. And how do you create real, measurable understandings? Hey, Michelle, you went away. What happened?
I'm here. I promise. I'm here.
Okay, good. My face just got big on the thing. But everyone sees it fine, right? Okay.
Yeah. This is about you. So you're on the screen. It's your
Okay.
time.
For a while, I saw you on the screen. Anyway. Okay. Cool. So, so I tell people, you've got to be rigorous in understanding that these are not easy behaviors to root out and not easy concepts to measure, but it is possible. And the real issue is, do you have the commitment and the understanding that this is a journey, right? It's a long-term journey to change culture of any kind. And most corporate leaders know that change management as a practice, which is something, I did for many years before I did DEI work, and I folded into the DEI work I do. People know that change management is important if you're doing a technology or a system change. Generally, if you're wise corporate leader, you have to bring your stakeholders along. And even though it may feel really hard because these are such hot button lightning rod issues, what we're doing with DEIJ is essentially a change management process around both data strategy and company culture. We are contending with groups of people inside our organization who have been raised in their entire lives with completely different narratives of history. And there's a lot of confusion because our society, in all of our educational institutions and all of our career preparation institutions, our prison system, our justice system, like so many different parts of our society have systemically repressed facts. And we don't have to completely reinvent the wheel, because I continue to encourage people, remember that we have established channels to shift and change culture. This stuff is hard, but it's not impossible. We just need to embrace the fact that those same tools that work in any other kind of change management effort around executive alignment, commitment, accountability, strategic thinking, long-term thinking, and project management, working with a diverse group of stakeholders and really putting the resources there to get this effort off the ground must be utilized as well to create a change in culture around DEIJ.
Whew. Okay. So much change management. We could be here all week just talking about change management. And I'm glad you brought that up. And the one thing that really came out when you were talking about change management is accountability. And we talked about this some last week, Thursday, with John Graham. But when we're looking at organizations and they are looking at their data, they are trying to figure out how they're doing and should they be held accountable for their numbers, right? How do you address them figuring out where they should be when it comes to their data for their industry and so forth?
That's a great question. I would say, the biggest gap really that some people are hungry for and other people don't yet know to be hungry for is what we call benchmarking, right? Because we want to be able to compare ourselves to know how we're doing, compare ourselves to other companies, compare ourselves to the market, compare ourselves to whatever the right standard is to figure out what our goal should be and how to get there. And the truth is, Michelle, you and I know there's really never been a compelling way to create benchmarks that accurately reflects what it feels like to be a Black, Latinx, or Indigenous person at varied companies in the country, in varied industries of different sizes and different geographic regions, which is why really I'm so proud of the product you and I have created, Michelle, which uses a proprietary methodology to create a qualitative benchmarking database that quantifies the experiences for people of color in corporate America from an experiential perspective. We can segment it by industry and company size and geographic regions. And we measure things like problematic behaviors throughout screening, hiring, salary negotiations, career journey processes, things like hiring biases, microaggressions, exclusion and isolation from important strategic meetings and projects, underestimation of people's capabilities, glass ceilings, promotion issues, all these different gaps, strategies for survival and resilience that we already know are working for certain candidates and employees. They could be adaptive strategies. They could be maladaptive strategies. Things like covering, stagnating, overworking, not working in your vision, right? Settling, right? Taking a job just because you feel lucky to have one because you can't get, to where you really want to be. And the goal of figuring out this benchmarking stuff is how do we identify what that inclusive behavior would be for clients, for employees, what restorative strategies are working for those who have actually succeeded at these efforts to create belonging, equity, and justice. So, of course, if you're interested in finding out more, I'll just plug, myself and Michelle, we would love to connect on LinkedIn, happy to set up calls because we just want to get these tools into the hands of as many folks as possible so we can start making real change. That said, I should back up and say that the majority of benchmarking frameworks that have been used to date compare your own company's poor performance to other companies' not so great performance. And it ends up being like, well, I'm in the tech industry and like pretty much everybody else in the tech industry is lily white. So my company's not so bad because it's only like 80% white, not 85% white. Like the actual, framework should be what's the availability in the talent market?
Yeah.
How do we measure are we utilizing the pool as opposed to are we doing slightly better or slightly worse than the other, crappy standards in our industry? And we also know that there's all these systemic ways that people are excluded from education. I could tell you story upon story and case study upon case study of companies where we just don't know where to find the Black and brown people. Like, where are you hiring? Where are you recruiting? Oh, that one business school in that Midwest state? Or have you noticed like there's all these other hundreds of HBCUs and HSIs and all these other universities in the country that actually have a diverse population, and all the systemic ways that those universities are underfunded, et cetera. There's a lot to be done in terms of the benchmarking frameworks that people are using. And I'm grateful to be innovating in the space with you, Michelle.
Thank you. I want to add in here the part about we can't find them and we're doing slightly better or about the same as others who are operating in our industry. The goal is if you want to do better, you go and find those resources, right? You figure out another way. For instance, if you don't like your grades, you go hire a tutor. You hire a tutor because you are going to what? Do the work. You're going to invest in someone to help you to get there. And oftentimes when we look in this space, companies, number one, don't want to do the work. Number two, they don't want to invest, right? And so it's always this pull and push for DEIJ, wherein the resources are here, the opportunities here, but are you committed, or is your why just nice and comforting for you to put on your website and remain the status quo? So I think it's really, really important to do that, to really understand where you are in that process, because it helps you then determine um, who to really work with, what's really going on. So I think my internet's going in and out. So I'm a pause there and let you and ask you one more question. I know we have a few minutes left to wrap up.
Sure.
Um, when companies are utilizing a benchmark that is not where they want to be, right? And they're comparable to others in their industry. What are some things we talked about the work we're doing, but what are some things they can also consider in order to figure out where to go next, right? They want to do better. There's like, I come from, I don't know, consumer products and goods manufacturing at Kimberly Clark. We had plenty of women engineers. Why can't we be like them? Right? It's what do you advise them to do? Because internally, like, is this one person or a small group of people who understand, like, Kimberly Clark did it with women engineers. Why aren't we doing it here? And what would you advise them as some ways to really get some momentum or really get others in their space to consider other models outside of their own industry, or benchmarks outside of their own industry?
Sure. Well, one thing I talked about is just understanding like process and procedure plays a really big role in this stuff. Um, and often what we're measuring in terms of data and analytics that passes for a dashboard, passes for being okay to put into an HR dashboard or a DEI dashboard, is outcome metrics or efficiency metrics, things like time to hire, right? It's great if you know it takes you a really long time to hire. That's useful information, but it's the outcome of a process where there's probably a leaky pipeline. There's probably understaffing. You're probably not tapping the diversity of the marketplace in an efficient way. And frankly, the longer those positions are open, there's all kinds of outcomes in the business for that. So for an executive leader to care that our time to hire is 5 months versus 10 months for some like CIO or CTO position, we need to tie it to the business reason. So like, how does time to hire impact our ability to go to market, to get product out the door, to like create, in the role of a CIO, secure our data, secure our technologies, all the info security stuff. How does it actually impact business outcomes? So making sure we're measuring the right thing and we're measuring the steps along the way early on in the process is really important. And one of the things, Michelle and I have been cooking up is finding out where are the metrics that we're not measuring yet. We've cataloged almost 100 of them that we don't believe, or we believe are simple enough to measure, but people aren't really looking at yet because they haven't thought of it. Things like what resumes get looked at. What are the criteria when resumes get looked at? Is it information that lives in someone's head, or is it codified? Like, are we looking at resumes in an equitable way? And I can tell so many stories of situations where it's clear there's a bias, right? Like this woman I recently spoke with got hired into a company at a VP level, even though the position was advertised as an SVP. She was told, she's a woman of color, a Black woman, and she was told that she was hired at that level because they had recently instituted a policy that if you are SVP at a prior company, only then can you get hired as an SVP. But if you were VP coming in, you can't get hired at a higher level, even if now you're like promotion ready and you have tons of experience. Well, the funny thing was that she went online and there was a press release from her very company within 2 weeks that they hired a white male from a VP role into an SVP role within 2 weeks of having hired her. They went to the same university. She had more years of professional experience. She had a PhD from that university and a master's, whereas he only had a bachelor's, and yet he still got hired. And what happened to the policy, right? So it was some BS that was happening is what was going on. A lot of this is auditing processes. Like you have to get in there into the organization and start untangling the threads of how these outcomes that we're measuring actually come about. And there's stuff that's hidden, that's happening, that is either completely illegal or borderline illegal that we have to start measuring that companies are doing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much. And what she's encountered is not uncommon. I've had so many women in my community apply for jobs, but all of a sudden that senior role isn't available. However, they have this junior level role and they're coming in 10, 15 years of experience. And they're getting there like, oh, well, have such and such mentor you. And they literally have a decade of experience and know-how and great at communicating and leading teams, where they're given these junior level roles. And now they're no longer at pet status, they're at threat status because they're outperforming, they're underpaid, they're not being recognized. And so you see that churn that is going to happen, or a PIP, they're going to push them out and say, oh, they weren't a fit here. When in actuality, it is so much more. And that's part of also what we look at in the data is you may be diversifying your talent pool, but you haven't changed your culture. And that data is showing where they're stagnated in their career, where they're being pushed out of the organization. And you're like, well, if you look at their performance reviews and you mash them up, and you look at the work you actually have them doing, it doesn't align oftentimes as you go through and you look at the data that takes you through you talking to more people to understand what's going on in the organization. So I absolutely agree. I know we have a couple minutes left. Any last words or thoughts that you want to share?
Sure. I'll emphasize that a lot of this is it's really important to to bring customization into the process. There's no one size fits all solution for any company. This isn't McKinsey comes in and gives you a binder of how to create organizational strategy. This is stuff where there are no binders and where people are still figuring it out. Many of the policies around privacy, discrimination, quotas, affirmative action they vary state by state. There's a lack of federally mandated criteria. There's a lack of industry best practices. People like myself, like Michelle, like all of us today on the call are innovating as we go and building the plane as we fly it. So just for my own process that I find really valuable and useful, and I always recommend, we come in and we do an exploration session first and foremost. I always just want to listen, sit down with the client, talk about all the things they're seeking to create, to measure, to innovate on, to deliver, and just make sure we're actually moving the needle and measuring the right things and creating the right initiatives, because we never want to reinvent the wheel, and we want to start from, this is my psychology brain, a strengths-based approach. Anything you've done so far that's already working, we want to reward that and incentivize that. And here is how we can enrich your culture and your company even more by bringing DEI in, not as a penalty or as a shame and blame game, the opposite, as a way for us all to thrive. Because the more the culture supports DEI, the happier we will all be inside of it, and the more happy your employees are, the more they stay and the more they produce for your company.
Absolutely. Absolutely agree. It is not a one size fit all. And it's also not about tactics. It's about a strategy for your organization
Yeah.
on across the board. So, Diana, thank you so much for joining me today. It was great to have you. I I look forward to 2022 and the work we're going to do in bringing DEIJ with data into the workplace.
Yay. Thank you so much for having me. Find me on LinkedIn. Michelle, you put my LinkedIn
Yeah,
into the chat, right?
yeah, it's in the chat.
Awesome. And I've already friended a bunch of you, so please accept my invite because I really love friending people.
I love it. I love it. Everybody, that was Diana File. Thank you so much for joining us. So, we are literally about to hit our halfway mark. Yes, I can't believe it's going that fast. Whenever you're putting these events together, it seems like it's so much work, but it's also really important to go through and really have really good discussions. Now, I want to do a technical changeover. I think they're saying my internet was fine. So, but you can go to the chat and or go here and connect with Diana on LinkedIn. It's Diana File, File, really easy, right? And you can connect with her on LinkedIn. She loves to connect with others, especially in the DEIJ space, people analytics, HR, to really bring equity into the workspace. So definitely connect with her on LinkedIn. Now, if you're just joining us, welcome to the Equitable Workplace, Creating the Future of Work Virtual Summit. Today, we're talking about how equity is the future of work. We often focus on what it looks like for technology to drive change in an organization. Number one, many people thought the future of work was going to be after they retired. The future of work showed up in 2020. Organizations were not ready. They weren't ready to have so many employees all of a sudden have to be at home. They struggled. They made it work. They were not accustomed to so many employees resigning, not coming into the workplace, and really looking at and understanding what was the most important to their lives. So we're seeing a huge shift in the workplace. But what many employers are continuing to miss is they didn't have equity in their workplace. We've been talking about work life balance and come to the thought it's work life unbalance. I'm going to have to give up something. And I think in 2020, a lot of employees said, you know what? I'm going to give up the job. I'm going to find and do something Okay, everybody, we are back, but we're trying to work through some tech issues as usual. When you do it live, you always run the risk, but we are going to make this happen anyway. Next up is a great speaker named Marissa Lee, who's also an expert and authority in human resources. She is going to be sharing with us how she has used data in employee engagement. Because right before my internet dropped out, I was talking about employers shifting their employees last in 2020 to their homes to working remote. And what did that look like in organizations like, how do we know they're working? How are they feeling? What are they doing? How do we make this better without being in the office? So she is going to come, welcome Marissa, and join us to have that discussion about employee engagement. Hi, Marissa. You are on mute. Hold on. I got you. No, not yet. Let's try it again.
I took it off. Hi, how are you?
I'm making it work.
Okay.
So can you tell everyone a bit about your experience in HR being a leader? And we'll start there.
Absolutely. So, hello to everyone. My name is Marissa Lee, and I am the founder and CEO of So Evolve LLC, which is an HR consulting firm. And I specialize in decoding employee engagement for managers and really being in the employee experience, employee engagement space. But in addition to my business, I have been in HR over 10 years. Like, I have been in the healthcare industry, retail, building materials, coatings, chemicals, you name it. I've had a lot of HR experience in these different industries, and it's given me the opportunity to really learn a lot about people, learn about business, and how they intersect when it comes to looking at engagement and building that strategy. And so I'm really excited about the opportunity to dive a little bit deeper into, my HR expertise, how that led me into engagement, and how I can continue to support you and give you some tips here today to consider as you look at your own engagement strategies.
So when we step back and we look at what engagement looked like in 2019 to 2020, what were some employers seeing in their employee engagement?
Yeah, so when it comes to engagement, there are some standard engagement factors that you will see then and that you will still see now. So things that come up like compensation, looking at being able to have flexibility, but it wasn't in the same way as it is now and in 2020. You would see things like more so people feeling, are they satisfied with the work that they're doing? What types of benefits or things that the company are offering to them? So it's pretty much, I like to call those like the foundational engagement tenets that you need to be able to address when it comes to any type of employee. But when 2020 happened, that pendulum swung and there was a big emphasis around flexibility, purpose work, and really being able to make sure people felt like they belonged or that they were being looked at as an individual as opposed to just this one size fits all. I heard that used earlier, one size fits all approach when it comes to engaging them. And just from a topic standpoint, when it comes to equity, really being able to look and see what is the intersectionality when it comes to engagement. Are you creating consistent experiences for all your employees? And how does that show up? How are you making sure you get insight into that? Because I can tell you right now, without being intentional with that, more than likely you're missing the mark.
Absolutely agree. So I jumped a little ahead because I'm excited about you talking about employee engagement. But out of HR overall, how did you end up focused and really looking at employee engagement, especially as it relates, number one, to leaders. So let's just talk about employee engagement and then leaders, and then we can tie those two together.
Absolutely. So I wrote a book called Why I Broke Up with My Company. So people look at HR and they view HR as if they're not having an employee experience. And we are having an employee experience. So shout out to all the HR people out there. And I ask you all to show us some grace in regards to that. But throughout my career, I was having an employee experience. And from that, I started to get insight around, you know, the things that were going well, the things that weren't going well. Why weren't they going well? How can that be improved by myself? How can that be improved by the leader? And so in going through my own journey, then I moved away from the micro why of just looking at myself and started looking at the macro why of, if I'm having these experiences, other people are also having these experiences. How can I assist them with improving the experience and getting better at that? And so that helped me hone in on really leveraging love relationships and comparing it to working relationships to help that resonate with people, to show that how much energy you put into this relationship is going to determine how well it works. And you're always creating experiences for people. Are you creating the right ones? And in the process of doing that, that's where I saw how leadership is really an activator for engagement. Yeah. The leader can really drive engagement in the positive direction, or they can be poor leaders and send it in the other direction. And so there is a lot of power that leaders have in being able to keep a workforce engaged and focus on the things that they need to accomplish for the organization.
Yeah, those good leaders will keep you engaged. Those not so good leaders will drive people out the door or to another team or department or division or country, but they're going to go somewhere.
They're going to go somewhere, for sure.
So I love how you bridge those two, because it's really important that understanding employee engagement is tied to leadership. And it's not, people's like, oh, well, they're not engaged. I'm not responsible for them doing their job. It's like, well, let's talk about that.
Right.
You have to own what that means to be a leader. And this is the thing I wrote a few years ago, many years, not that many years, less than 10 years ago when I was still in corporate. They sent out an employee survey and they said, what do you think about your leadership team? I said, number one, you can't tell me they're my leaders because I may not follow them. I just work here, right? The person I call my leader does not have a C-suite title or a VP title, right? And I think I always push back on that. Like, you mean your management team? Because oftentimes a lot of leaders aren't accessible. The higher up they go, they're not accessible to people. And I think if you're a true leader, you're accessible to people. I don't mean to the point wherein there's a line outside your door, but it means that if somebody calls, whether it's to say good morning or to say they're having an issue, you're responsive to that, right? And oftentimes, like, you're in the wrong place. And I think I have a whole other definition on when it comes to management and the terms leadership in the workplace. It needs to be earned and it's not given. And they've been telling me you're my leader, like, oh, I'm not following y'all to the bathroom. And I have not. So that
I completely agree with you on that. Like, when I'm sharing tips around engagement, I will say attention managers. And so I've had people talk to me about, well, why do you say managers? Why don't you just call them leaders? Everyone isn't a leader. I agree with you. I definitely think that there's a distinction between management and leaders. You manage the process, you lead people, and everybody hasn't made that transition to fully leading people. They are trying to use management to do the act of what a leader is supposed to do. And without that clarity and distinction, those are some of the challenges and pitfalls organizations miss. and it manifests in the engagement of their employees. So it's something as simple and subtle as really getting clear on the definition of what a leader is supposed to be doing is paramount to driving the engagement.
Absolutely. So I think you answered this, but I'm asking anyway. What's the difference about your approach to employee engagement than what others are doing in the space right now?
Yeah, so a couple of things. I would say one, a lot of different companies are looking at kind of the one size fits all and not really doing the comprehensive look at engagement. So where I see my organization having an advantage, it's really helping organizations get clarity to transition from the reality to their aspirational state. Because a lot of times organizations look at engagement and they think they're in the aspirational state when the reality says something completely different. So being able to help them understand what that is, what that means, and then helping them go deeper. Because at times when it comes to engagement, people can remain very surface with that. You can, something as simple as, for example, like if you ask your employees, did you review the survey feedback? You may get 5 different responses based on how those individuals looked at the question and how they processed it. One person may say, I got the feedback. The other person may say, I got the feedback, but you didn't do any action with it, so I'm going to ding you here. Other person may say, I didn't get it because I was in the different groups. There are a lot of different responses that can come with that. And without doing the extra work of going below the surface, you don't really get to that information. So that's the operations side of me, really looking for the root cause versus the cookie cutter approach of here's engagement, here's the things that you can look to work on. The other piece is really looking at the intersectionality part of engagement. As I mentioned earlier, if you are not leaning in that space, and if you think that everybody's experience is the same, I'm going to tell you now, it's not. So you need to take the time to really review and see where are those differences, what are those nuances, and how can you improve that? Because it's likely to show up in your results, or it's not showing up in your results. You are getting good engagement results, but you're not seeing the impact in your business results. You're not seeing the impact in productivity. You're not seeing impact in these other areas. And that is informing you that even though you may have great results, there's something else that's amiss that you have to really dig deeper and get an understanding about.
Absolutely. So, whoa, you got to my favorite spot. Right. We got enough time to dig into this. Okay. Because I always like to give the tactical stuff. You talked about data and you talked about intersectionality and you talked about managers. And I'm going to put up this quote real quickly, very quickly. Haley said, I just saw a quote stating, become the kind of leader that people will follow voluntarily, even if you have no title or position. And that's my challenge. Like that's all I'm saying. So I'm gonna go back to where we are, where we're really talking about data, intersectionality, and looking at what's going on at those levels. And the reason I talk about this is organizations like, well, as a whole or a majority, we're doing well. When you're looking at an equitable workplaces, there is no majority. You really have to look to see who and why is not part of that. And I want to get into that intersectionality part as you utilize data. What were the things that you went through in that lens and the data you are looking at to try to understand what type of engagement strategy to create and tactics to include in order to improve engagement?
Yeah, so I look at it in a couple of ways. First, you have to have like the quantitative data and the qualitative piece. So once you're getting the insight, if you have a survey, if you do employee engagement surveys or not, you can leverage that as a starting point to get some insight as to where you need to look to begin to have conversations. But there are other pieces to the engagement story. So if you are not looking at turnover, if you are not looking at employee complaints, if you are not looking at discretionary efforts, and when I say discretionary efforts, that's not when, employees are working long hours because they got to get the work done. It's more so they are volunteering their time. They are happy to give their time to do extra things in the workplace or take on additional responsibilities as they go forward. And so those are different pieces that you have to first start with the quantitative part, but then there's the piece of you have to have some conversation. The data means nothing without the insight to what that actually means. So you may have a certain number in these areas, but if you're not doing stay interviews, you're not doing exit interviews, if you are not having focus groups around your engagement with different populations and splitting that to get insight around that, you're missing the mark there. So for example, it may be with different people of color that you are looking at having those conversations with. It could be different band levels or grade levels that you have in your workplace, that you may have a higher level of engagement at the top of the organization, but as you continue to go deeper and cascade through the organization, that shifts. And so where does that shift? And when it does shift, why? And really look to understand that as you go forward. And that helps you start to get more insight on things that you need to do that's tailored to specific groups, as opposed to this one size fits all engagement approach.
I absolutely love it. Thank you so much for digging in and actually like telling, hey, go have a focus group. But we have to talk to the people? Yes, you have to talk to the people. Yeah, you're gonna have to do that. We really appreciate you doing that. Whew, okay, so putting the human back in human resources is what I love to say about your approach in doing that, because too often we're trying to automate, we're trying to separate, and it's really important to get back to that human side. Even though we're looking at data, it's a people problem that has to be solved by people. Data is just a part or a tool to help us do that. And I love how you brought that aspect in here. Now, I just want to make sure we don't have no questions, but of course I do. Now, as you're looking at the data, how do you know if something is a success, maybe it's an anomaly, when you're getting the results back in after you start working through your strategy?
Yeah. So the first part is you have to get clarity and you have to define what is your engagement story. So that helps you with the baseline of what you're looking, what you currently have, and it needs to be connected with the strategy. So as you are engaging your people, what is it? How do you see that manifesting in the workplace? So then that helps you kind of hone in on the different KPIs you want to look to measure and align with your engagement strategy. So you get your baseline and then you start to manage that. But then it's like, what trends are you seeing? What different engagement factors do you need to introduce? Those are, once you have the story, then that helps you determine how you measure it and align that success to organization success. And a lot of times what happens is the engagement strategy is separate from business strategy. It's one and the same. It's just a component of that business strategy. So if you are looking at it different, like, oh, well, we need to work on this thing. No, it needs to be connected with what you are trying to achieve. What is your mission? What is the purpose? And how are you bringing that alive for your people? And how are you engaging them in the process? And a part of engaging them is there's reciprocity. You have to remember that yes, there people are performing a service and things like that, but there still needs to be reciprocity there of what are you giving and pouring into them so they are able to pour into your company and then be able to drive it the way you want to. So you are the employer of choice. You are the leader in the market. And when you don't invest there, it's no different from the business side. If you don't invest in growing your business, if you don't invest in, in materials and products and expansions and things like that, you may run the risk of falling behind the competition. So what's the difference with an employee? What's the difference in being able to engage them? So there are different aspects, even from a business side. If you think about it from that lens, if you take that and put that over to the people side, would help to be able to guide your engagement strategy in a different way.
Whew, thank you so much. For just two last questions.
Okay.
Number one, two last questions. Is that such a thing? It will be today. For people that are just getting started, understanding where their employee engagement, what is that one thing they have to do?
The one thing they have to do is understand their story. A lot of people just go into engagement haphazardly, and you have to understand what is current state. So having that clarity of where you stand today and how that connects with you being able to execute on your business initiatives.
I love it. I love it. Next, okay, the final last question. Where can people connect with you?
That's a great question. So you can connect with me on LinkedIn. I am very active on LinkedIn, and I definitely would love you to give your feedback and comment and engage with me. I love having dialogues with people. And the posts that I put up, I love connecting on their posts that they're putting up. Is really a community being a part of my LinkedIn family. So definitely make sure you connect with me. I will connect with you and engage in your content and vice versa.
Thank you so much, Marissa, for joining us today. Be sure you connect with her. You can also pick up her book, and I love Why I Broke Up with My Company. It's like, I don't know, sort of kind of feels like a Lifetime movie, but not, but with Queen Latifah and maybe Taraji and how it's really gonna happen. So I don't know.
Right.
That's what I see. I don't know. I don't know. But I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. It might end up in New Orleans or Miami. I don't know. But I think I really, really like that. We do have one comment I want to share. I agree, Marissa. Understand your organization's story. This will help take you from where you are to where you desire to go. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Dr. Pearson, thank you so much for being here today. She's been hanging out. She's been running strong for like 3 hours. So we're glad you could join us.
Thank you for being here.
So Marissa, everybody check her out. Be sure to check out her book. I will talk to you later. Thanks for joining today.
Thank you. Thank you for everybody that joined. Look forward to connecting with you all.
Right. Bye.
Bye.
So everybody, that was Marissa Lee. Yes, get your employee engagement up, utilizing data. You can make a change, but again, what did we say? You have to understand your organization's story to understand where you want to go. So we are about to talk about one of our other great sponsors for this particular for the virtual summit. This is one that is near and dear to my heart. And it is called Buddy, spelled a little bit differently, but all the same, it is a great organization. Buddy is a community of cancer thrivers, and I, in the last few days, have lost a family member due to cancer. Buddy was founded by Kathleen Brown a few years ago. Kathleen is a 25-year cancer survivor. She was 13 when she found out she had cancer. What many people don't know, and what Kathleen didn't either up until a few years ago, was that the depression, the suicide that she thought about was quite common. And so she created Buddy for other cancer thrivers to really have a community of those who are battling cancer, who have won against cancer, to find others like them. She provides all sorts of virtual events, but more importantly, she provides a community for support. If you are a cancer thriver, I encourage you to go check out Buddy, because it is a place not only where you can meet and connect with other buds, as Kathleen says, you can really get the support. They talk about anything from meditation to diet. And if you're like Michelle, I have family and friends who have battled cancer, are currently battling cancer. I don't know what to do. Buddy's there for you. And this is why. Kathleen was 13 and she hated every get well card she received. She hated every stuffed animal. She just wanted to be a normal child, right? She got picked on when she returned home and she was at school and she was wearing a wig. And it made such a difficult time for her as a child. And she wanted to have a place where others could come and share, but also for those who have never had to battle cancer, to really understand how they can support those who are battling cancer. So you can even go over to Buddy, to put something in a cancer thriver you know and love's wallet for them to purchase something that they need. It could be meditation, it could be a certain type of skincare product that you don't even know about because it's for those going through radiation treatment. Buddy is also available to employers. If you have an EAP, an employee assistance program, they offer this as a service to your employees. When we're talking about equitable workplaces, we're talking about the ability to really bring equity not only to those who are physically well, but those who are not in our workplaces, but those who are loved by those in our workplaces. So please be sure you check out Buddy. It is a great organization. And I'm happy to know the founder personally, Kathleen, as she continues to grow her company. So definitely go over and check out Buddy. If you're in the comments, you have a clickable link, and I would love for you to go over and check them out. All right. Up next, we have a fantastic speaker that I am going to bring up. But I also want to, there we go. I also want to share that if you have not registered at our official website, which is equitableworkplace.positivehire.co, you can go over there and still register. You'll have access to each session broken apart, not as a 4-hour total video, but broken apart so you can go to the ones you really want to. In addition, you'll be entered to win this great book by our first speaker, John Graham. It is called Plantation Theory: The Black Professional Struggle Between Freedom and Security. And it's all about the Black experience in corporate America. Oftentimes, you may be wanting to ask Black coworkers and employees about their experience in your workplace. They may not be open to share, or they share things you thought, oh, it probably was somebody's bad day. This book is the opportunity for you not to have to continue to add to the trauma of Black employees in corporate America. Utilizing this book, reading it, but also answering the questions at the back will give you a different perspective and understanding of Black people's experience in corporate America. So next up, we have Faith Eatman. Yes, I'm really excited about having Faith to join us because Faith has done some phenomenal work. And what is even more fantastic about what Faith has done is, how do I say, had this happened, I don't know, pre-2020, it would have been a whole other story. You're even shaking your head, Faith, like, how are you today?
I'm good. How are you doing, Michelle?
absolutely fantastic. I'm excited about you being here because this is something that so many of us have wanted to know. We wanted to know the DEI data in the workplace. But I want you first to tell people a bit about yourself, career-wise, what do you do, and then we'll get into your work in DEI in an employer.
Okay. So, hi everybody. I'm Faith Eatman, and by day I lead culture transformation for our IT department at a large academic medical center on the south side of Chicago. And then by night I cape hard for advancing Black women in the workplace. And so, to do this, I leverage honest conversations, my process improvement experience and expertise, and my lived experience to bring creative DEI solutions in business. And so I want to talk specifically about one of those solutions that I'm most proud of, and that is leveraging our employee resource group focused on helping women of color advance to leadership positions to create a formal sponsorship program for Black women. And so in June of this year, our employee resource group, which is named Notice, um, launched its first cohort for a formal sponsorship program to increase the representation of Black women at the senior leadership level. And so the program is very focused on creating access, visibility, and psychological safety for Black women. And so I just want to, before we go into our conversation, Michelle, just do a little bit of level setting on sponsorship and sponsorship programs. And so sponsorship programs are designed to foster meaningful one-on-one relationships among executive leaders and junior level leaders, which we've called proteges as a part of our program. And so when you talk about sponsorship, it's been called the Great Career Accelerator because sponsors are personally invested in their proteges' success. They leverage their own influence to advocate for their proteges' promotion and ensure they're visible to key decision makers. And so when you talk to many executives, they may not call it sponsorship, they might not refer to it as sponsorship, but you ask them, like, how did they get to where they are today? Many of them will quickly identify one or several individuals at some point in their career that took a chance on them, that vouched for them to get a leadership opportunity or to get access to senior level conversations and things like that. They took a chance on them and vouched for them, and that set them firmly on the path to executive leadership. And so really, like, when you hear Black women asking about and talking about wanting to advance to leadership, like, that's what we want. We want to be recognized for the value that we bring to the organization. We want to be noticed. And so formal sponsorship programs is one way to get Black women the recognition and the access and visibility that they need in order to access these executive leadership positions.
I love it. Thank you so much for sharing that. What I want to go into next is we're post George Floyd, and I am getting feedback. Hold on one second. Let me see if I have something turned on. I don't see anything. So, okay, wait, it stopped. Okay. So we're post George Floyd, and you want to bring change into your organization. What are your what are you thinking? What do you think, or what do you know and have seen in an organization that really needed to be brought to an executive level's attention?
Yeah, I mean, so I'll just speak from like my own experience, and you hit it on the head, right? So I think many of us in the wake of George Floyd, we were sitting thinking like, okay, what can we do, right? Like, I know I need to do something. What can I do? And that was kind of my I had the same response. And so when I started thinking about what I could do, I knew I like protesting, like that wasn't the thing that resonated with me. But I thought, like, let me leverage my strengths, right? So my background is in change management and process improvement. And so I'm really good at understanding how systems work, identifying barriers, and knowing the right tools, right, to break them down and to improve culture. And so, I wanted to take the tools that I use to impact a problem that impacted me personally, right? And that was my experience as a Black woman in the workplace and in corporate like spaces. And so, I read books like Minda Hart's book, right? And I started seeing people on LinkedIn that were talking about their experience in the workplace. And I'm like, oh my, like that's like my experience too. And that's when I started to notice like this is a system, this is something systemic, this is something that is happening in many different organizations. It didn't just happen to me, like it's happening to other people. And this is something that we need to seriously address. And part of the work experience and the experience that Black women are having is due to a lack of representation at the leadership level. And so to me, like that is something very important that I wanted to bring forward to my leadership to say that we need to improve the number of Black women that are represented at the senior and executive leadership level because it impacts the care that we provide to our patients as well as our community. So we know like along this time with George Floyd, like we're getting information related to different outcomes for COVID based on race, right? There was a lot of data about Black women and that we're 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy related causes. And so, those are things that resonate deeply with me as a Black woman. And I feel that in this space of healthcare, one thing that we can do to help improve that is to increase the number of Black women in leadership positions.
So you have this fantastic goal that you want to reach. What did you do next? You're like, okay, this has to change. What did you sit down and figure out you needed, or did you sit down and do a strategy, and what was included in that?
Yeah, I mean, so again, like just from my background from change management and process improvement, I understand like how the process for problem solving. And so, where I wanted to start was with defining the problem. And so I just talked to you a little bit about that. Like, this is what the problem is. There's a lack of Black women represented at the senior leadership level. And this is a problem. Why? Right. And this is why we need to do something now. And then once I do that, right, I want to investigate, right? So I want to go to Black women and hear their experience. Like I need to understand if this is just something I've experienced, right? Or is it, as I stated, like something that is systemic? So going to the people who are closest to the problem to understand like what their experience has been. And then starting to ask why. And I think Marissa talked about this too, like really thinking about, let's not just address symptoms, right? But what is the root cause? And when we look at the root cause to these systemic issues, part of it's racism. And so then we need to think about like, how does racism show up in our workplaces? And so racism can show up in our workplaces by a lack of access, right? So Black people, historically marginalized folks, not having access, the same amount of access to opportunities or to leadership, and also visibility, right? They don't have the same visibility to get to these opportunities and to get these opportunities, as well as a lack of psychological safety. And so by focusing on those things and kind of pinpointing some of those root causes, then the question was, okay, so how do we solve for this? And so in my research and just as, again, just talking to different people, researching, you can quickly Google like how to help Black women advance to leadership, and you will see sponsorship will come up as a solution. And so that was from conversations that I even had with white male executives to say, like, how did you get to where you are? What has been instrumental in you getting to where you are? Sponsorship was something that kept coming up over and over again. And so that was the solution that I landed on to say, hey, we can try this, right? Let's try this and see what happens.
Okay. So once you had those steps in place, how did data play a part in getting this initiative moving?
Yeah, I mean, so I work at an academic medical center. Um, Again, like I've led many process improvement initiatives. I understand like we have to have data in order to get that buy-in, especially at the executive leadership level. I'm very fortunate to be a part of an organization where they were not only making Black Lives Matter statements, right? They put forward an entire equity strategy, and they have been very transparent with our data, including leadership parity by race. So that data had been communicated through the organization. And so, like, I knew that we had the data, and I knew that the organization was committed to increasing our representation, BIPOC representation at the senior leadership level. And so I felt confident being able to go to our diversity, equity, and inclusion department and ask for the data, right? Like, to get intersectional with it and say, okay, I know we have the data by race, but can we have the data by race and gender, right? So we want to see, like, I know what people are saying, I know what I feel, but like, let's actually create a picture, right? Let's see a picture of what it actually looks like. And so that's where I started. And I think the other thing we really wanted to see is just like, where do Black women sit in the organization? So by staff level, also creating that picture and telling that story.
I like the way you went back and say intersectionality again. And because that's important. The more points we put in there, it's important when you're looking at equity and who is being left behind. Because as soon as you can solve it for Black women, okay, now you go to Black women who are mothers. Now you go to Black women who are lesbians, right? And you still are going to have these marginalized employees that you still haven't brought equity to in the workplace. And so I love how you say, hey, you did it by gender and race. Let's cross these over, because it's truly important to look at that data through that lens to understand if and is there some work to be done. And maybe you're not, maybe you've done a great job and there isn't additional work to do.
Right.
So
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, we know how we feel, but like, and like I said, I would say this to anybody who was saying like, hey, we need to fix something. Well, okay, let's look at the data first. So let's see, like, if it's a problem, how big of a problem is it, right? Is it the problem we need to focus on? So the data can help you with all of it.
so you have this sponsorship program. How does it work? And maybe you're seeing some changes through it as it grows. But how did it launch, and where are you right now in that sponsorship program?
Yeah, so we started the program in June, and the program is focused on pairing mid Black women who are mid-level managers, so manager and director level, with we targeted white male executives for our first cohort, so at the VP level and above. And what we did, like, we took a very innovative approach to sponsorship. So there, like, when you do research, you can find frameworks for and best practices for formal sponsorship programs, right, that are focused on what I talked about, bridging the visibility and access gap. But for our program, we also wanted to make sure that we were addressing some of those systemic barriers that I mentioned. And the way that we did that was we engaged the equity strategist who engaged in 4 facilitated sessions with the sponsors and the proteges together as a group. And we focused on sharing the experience of Black women in the organization. And so we not only shared our stories of how we've experienced the organization, we were able to share some of our experiences as patients in healthcare, which is very important.
Yeah.
But we also were able to hear from our sponsors how they want to show up as allies for Black women, and then think about how we can partner together to create the organization that we desire to have for our patients in our community. And so we engaged in those 4 monthly sessions. And then beginning in October, we have 6 months of group coaching that's focused on allyship. So to increase inclusive leadership capability for our sponsors. And also we have some executive coaching for the Black women to help us to think about how we lead in a way that's authentic to our lived experience and leverage that in service of the organization. And then going on concurrently throughout this time, each protege is having a monthly one-on-one with their individual sponsors.
So I want to step back and ask a question about not just support from your executive team, but the financial backing, because you talked about bringing in an equity partner or equity consultant. You've talked about these coaches coming in, executive coaches for the Black women, additional training for the sponsors. So, did your organization find funding right in the middle of a year, or how were you able to press upon them? They had to find funding to bring equity into the workplace.
Yeah. So again, like I said, I'm fortunate to be a part of an organization that had an equity strategy as well as dollars set aside to focus on different equity initiatives. So they had the money set aside. They just needed to have initiatives that they were supporting. And also, so our fiscal year ends June 30th. So, we started at the beginning of our fiscal year, July 1. So there was some strategic, like we had to think about like when we'll start it, how we'll fund it type of thing. But the money was there that had been allotted for our equity, towards our equity plan.
Have you been able to get long-term funding, like they've committed 3 years, or is it year to year that you'll have to go back to for continued financial support?
Yeah, I mean, so I'll be quite honest, like we haven't talked about it that far. Like we did put the program in place as a pilot. And so we'll revisit that at the end of the program, which is January FY23.
Okay. Of 23?
So it's like an 18-month program,
Okay.
right? Because
Okay.
I mean, if we're thinking about helping people to advance, right, to the next level, we understand that's going to take time, right? That's not something that's like after the 4 months, like, hey, everybody, there might not be roles to put people in, right? We have to wait until the opportunity comes up. So it's an 18-month program.
Gotcha. Okay. So let's get this. So it's an executive training program that's 18 months, focused on Black women in middle management, helping them get to senior management roles. It has been funded for an 18-month period. The training is not only for the Black women, but also their sponsors to understand Black women's experience in the workplace, Black women's experience in healthcare, and really for them to understand what racism looks like overall. So the sponsors are going through the journey.
Absolutely, yeah. So we are both on a journey together, and I think that's so important. And it really has, like the experience so far has really been remarkable. And so I'm really glad that we did set it up that way, because I think there was just so much opportunity on both ends for us to learn and to build trust amongst each other.
So I just want to talk for those of you who were here for Lynn Hurdle's talk when we kicked off. She was talking about her program on the matter of race, where she works with white people, teaching them what racism is and how to become anti-racist. And so you just brought up another thing, which was people have often tried to fix us, Black people, Indigenous people, and other people of color. But that's not the issue, right? The issue is understanding, number one, what racism is, and that's for white people to understand how they become anti-racist. And so I like your approach in this program is we have to train the sponsors about our Black experience, Black women's experience more specifically in the world and in the workplace. And I don't think there are a lot or many or any other programs that are really doing it on that level. And so
Yeah,
I really like
yeah.
that approach.
You're exactly right. And I think one thing that I have to say um, about our executive leadership, and this is internal and external, as I talked about just after George Floyd, I started becoming more and more vocal about the experience of Black women in the organization publicly, and within my organization, as well as like via LinkedIn. And one thing was people would reach out to me and say like, I really like what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. I want to show up as an ally, but I don't know how, right? Like I really want to, but I don't know what to do. I don't know. I'm afraid of saying the wrong thing. And more often than not, it was white male executives who were reaching out to me to say these things. And so I guess what I'm saying is, um, I think that there may be um, white male executives and white people out there who want to show up as allies, right? They know that something is wrong. They know there's a problem, but they need. I mean, I know there are different camps on this, right? I understand that, but they may just need someone to say, like, here is the program, do this. And if you bring it to them, right, like they will buy into it, but they just don't know what to do. They want to do something. They don't want to be on the fence, right? They want to be anti-racist, but really just need that push to take the next step.
Absolutely. Not even a push sometimes. They're just like, what? I'll go do the work. Just give me a compass and
Yeah,
point me in the direction.
absolutely.
So I love that. And I've had quite a few people at that time too that wanted to know what to do and how to do it. And the number one thing I would tell you, you will say something wrong, but the point
Yeah,
is you have to grow through it and you have to learn from it. Is it for though I don't have any kids, I've just seen a lot of them growing up with a mom with a daycare. But one thing you learn is from that first kid to the second kid, or sometimes just from the first kid from 1 to 2, it's a whole lot of growth. Like, oh, you look at the wall again, that's fine. You live the first 2 years looking at the wall, you'll be okay, the third year. And so you start to get better and smarter about things.
yeah,
And so I encourage those who want to do the work, especially in the workplace, and bring equity in the workplace. It's important that you continue to make the mistakes, you grow and you learn from those. And it's really important to think that you're not going to do something wrong. The point is that you look to do it fewer and fewer times, right?
absolutely.
So,
Absolutely. That's the growth mindset, and we definitely need it related to anti-racism.
absolutely. So, how can people connect with you, Faith?
Yeah, so you can connect with me on LinkedIn. So I talk a lot on LinkedIn about advancing Black women in the workplace. So please do follow me. I'm always interested in engaging with other people's content as well. And then as a part of Witty Women in Technology International, we are a group of us host a room on Clubhouse on Thursdays, which is called Shut 'em Down Racism Solutions for Black Women in the Workplace, in which we talk about solutions. We just solution that are helping Black women to not only survive workplaces, but to thrive in their workplaces. And so please do, if you are a Black woman, if you are an ally or a person who desires to be anti-racist and to show up as an ally for Black women, please join us. We're there every Thursday night on Clubhouse at 7 p.m. Central. And the room is hosted by Witty Women in Technology International.
Absolutely. So if you join the Clubhouse app, which is a social media audio platform, you don't have to get dressed. You can be in bed. You
Yeah,
can be working
absolutely
out.
can. And I have.
It's about conversations and really listening and growing. You don't have to come up to the stage, raise your hand and come to the stage. It'll make sense if you're not familiar with the app once you join, and you can just listen, learn, and grow from those rooms. They last about 2 hours, but the important part is showing up to learn. The pivotal part is taking action. So I love the allies, but I'm looking for abolitionists, those who are really going to put things on
Yeah,
the line, that are really going to
absolutely.
take risks.
Yeah, I'm here for whatever a word is about action. I don't.
So
So yeah, so you
I'm
got
in for it. I love it. I love it. Thank you so much, Faith, for joining us today. This has been absolutely fantastic. Whew, I love this
it.
work. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, thank you. Thank you so much for having me. Like, you are a person who I met via Clubhouse, right? So we've had audio conversations, but not face to face video. So
I
It's
love it.
always great. So I appreciate the opportunity. I've enjoyed the conference today. So I thank you for the platform and the work that you're doing to create equitable workplaces.
Thank you so much, Faith. I really appreciate it. I'll talk to you on Thursday.
All right. Take care.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Woo! So definitely come join the conversation on Clubhouse if you don't mind another social media app. But you can just jump on Thursday at 8 o'clock. Maybe go to YouTube if you're like, I don't know about another social media platform and I'm not asking these kids. You can go to YouTube to watch a short video on how to download the app and how to engage on the app. It's a great way to have conversation. You may not find all the conversations you would love to have, but you can definitely find conversations to have on the app. So I definitely recommend joining WITI, WITI, Women in Technology International, which is a nonprofit professional organization for women in technology internationally. All right. So I'm in that room quite frequently. Now, if you're just joining us for the Equitable Workplace Creating the Future of Work Virtual Summit, welcome to the summit. We are actually in the last 90 minutes, but don't go anywhere. We still have a lot to discuss. We still have phenomenal speakers who are going to be joining us and sharing with you how they have used data or how data can be used to create equity in the workplace. Oftentimes when we talk about the future of work, we're talking about it in the lens of how technology is going to change and transform the workplace. Well, you can use technology or data to transform the workplace to bring in equity. And as we said, in the midst of the great resignation, the great retirement, the great whatever you want to call it, we are now, in my opinion, in the future of work. People thought the future of work was going to come after they retired. Surprise, it has shown up and it is here and now. And it's really important that you take this opportunity to continue to really build a workplace that is um, a workplace wherein you aren't always where the majority of our employees are happy. Have you asked and inquired about who's unhappy in that workplace? Because that truly makes an impact on if you're creating equity in your employee base, in your workplace, and how does that impact your employee engagement? How does it impact career trajectory? How does it impact the health and wellness of your employees? So be sure you stay tuned. We're going to get into some of that. And actually, what metrics employers should be finding. Now, if you want to win a copy of John Graham's book, Plantation Theory, be sure you head over to equitableworkplace.positivehire.co to register there. We'll have the replay for this virtual summit, share it over there so that you won't have to scroll through 4 hours of interviews to find that golden nugget you're looking for. It'll be right there, broken out in individual sections for you to easily grab a hold to that and easy for you to watch. So we are excited to have you go over there to engage. Plus, it gives us the opportunity to reach out to you and say, hey, we have, I don't know, maybe Laurel Rutledge with us, and she's back to do a different live stream on LinkedIn with us. I don't know, all sorts of crazy stuff. But we're definitely going to have an opportunity for you to further engage with a lot of our guests here today. Now, we've had really great sponsors we talked about. We still have one more sponsor we're going to talk about, but after our next speaker, who is Laurel Rutledge, I am going to bring Laurel up, not Laura, not Lori, Laurel. I'm from South Carolina, so I might add a letter and drop a vowel, add a consonant. Like for instance, I went to Clemson University. I say it with a P, but I spell it with an invisible P. So just roll with us today because that is what it's all about. So what I'm going to do to get us ready for Laurel is be sure Hey, what did it do? Where'd it go? My magic didn't work today. Okay, maybe it's delayed. There it is. Okay, are we ready? I think we're ready. We're gonna bring on a few seconds early. I know she ready. I don't know, maybe not. Okay, yeah, I see you. Okay, one, two, three. It's Laurel.
Yay! Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can see you too. I'm loving the hair.
Thank you. Yeah, Katie showed up today. You know,
I wish Katie was over here too. But anyway, no comment. No
right?
comment. I'm a hate over on this side of the U.S. Over on
Gotcha.
this side.
Gotcha. Yeah,
So
she's behaving today, so we're good. We're good.
I didn't try, but I am so excited to have you join us today. We have had conversation over conversation. I don't know. It seems like for forever. You ever meet somebody like, where you been?
Yes. Yes. All my life. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so Laurel, can you share with everybody watching and listening a bit about your experience in HR? Because I really love what you've done.
Yeah, wow. I always like to start by telling people I'm not your traditional HR person. I consider myself a mutt, right? I started out in accounting in high tech, and then I did some auditing. I got my MBA in operations international business, went overseas to finish that, and then got into consulting around risk management. But in everything that I did, I was always a big part of hiring people, coaching people, engaging with people. There was just something about that development and training that I was always doing. And then I was at an organization doing risk management in Southeast Indiana. And I realized, they really are not ready. They're not ready for what we need to do. And they're paying me a really nice salary to just kind of sit and do slides. And I'm just not going to do that anymore. So let's start thinking about something else. And I was actually involved at that time with all of the executives. It was a company that happened to have 3 divisions. So I was at the corporate headquarters. And so I was involved with all of the executives and the board of directors every month because of my role. And one of the heads of HR for the casket company, his name is John Dickey. I'm going to call him out because he's an amazing individual. And especially because your last speaker was talking about sponsorship and allyship. And if you put that in the dictionary, you would see John Dickey. He actually was in a meeting with me. He was the head of HR for the casket company. Yes, I worked in caskets. And he said, "Hey, have you ever thought about HR?" And I'm like, "Funny you should ask." I was thinking about HR. And his position was, I'm looking for people who can think, who are really good business people, because you can learn the HR stuff, because HR is not rocket science. And so I ended up going kind of the long way around to get into HR. However, my experience in accounting, my experience in auditing, my experience in process design, my MBA, my consulting actually made me a really great HR person because I can speak the language of business. And I think that's what's missing a lot of times in our HR field, and why are our HR people having to call ourselves business partners? Nobody else puts business partner in their title. And it's because most of the time, as you think about the growth of the function of HR, it has been about the soft stuff, right? If you think people, it's the soft stuff. But really, HR is about helping an organization utilize the human capital asset to achieve the objectives of the organization. And that sounds really cold, but it's not about being impersonal. You can still be compassionate. But the reality is, if the company's not doing well, nobody has a job. So you have to be an HR person second, right? A business person first. And then you're able to bring in that compassion and all of that data science and all the love you have for people to be able to make tough decisions and do the right thing from an HR space.
I love it. I love it. Ooh, so for those of you who are like, I am so not in HR, Laurel just taught you it's okay to jump a track or two.
Yes.
Matter of fact, just change complete stations, but you're still in the radio business. It's okay.
Right. Right.
No matter what, it's transferable. You're going to grow from it. So I love that. I really, really do. And what I loved about it, you learn to speak the language of business. And we've talked about the human aspect of HR. Like, okay, we know the human. I didn't want to deal with the data, right?
Yeah.
Can we talk a bit about, you came in from a county, like I know these numbers, but these
Yeah.
numbers are different.
Yeah. Yeah. So first, let me say this. I tend to be a fairly controversial HR person because, my team before, they call all these laurelisms, right? And one of the things that I said is, we are not the party planners. We don't plan parties. That's not what we do, right? That's not what we do. And we don't own everything. And if we don't own it, you send it right back over to that manager to do the stuff, right? You are partnering with people. You're a part of the business, but we don't own all the crap. That's not what we're here to do. And guess what? We don't own culture either. We
Yep.
are the keepers of culture. We are the ones who are purveyors of culture, who give organizations the tools that they need to design the culture that the leaders say they want. We are there to keep people honest about what they say, but we don't own that stuff, right? So don't take on all of that ownership and all that pressure of being the thing for people. I heard you mention with someone earlier, kind of the human back in human resources. That always makes me bristle a little bit, because normally when they say that, what they're saying is, we want more parties. You don't let us do what we want to do. I
Yep.
didn't really manage this person's performance, and now I want to get rid of him, and you won't let me, right? So when you think about then translating that into, how do you become an HR leader or an HR person or a leader who has to deal with people? One of the ways to shore a lot of that up so that you can continue to be compassionate, you can continue to connect, but you can stay focused on the business objectives, is to understand data. And people analytics is different than business analytics. So there are a lot of people who'll say, well, we can do that. We know the business stuff. We can do the people analytics. It is different. When you're thinking about people analytics, not only are you looking at predictive, which is a big movement now, how do we predict where people are going to go, how they're going to leave, those kind of things, but you're really looking at a whole idea of supply, demand, internal and external. You're looking at movement up, down, and sideways. You're looking at how it connects to the training you have given or not given. There's a whole different piece around people analytics that relates to all of the measures around the tactical pieces, right? Hiring, retaining, turnover, where are we going? But there's also the pieces that give you insight into, every time we go to this particular university, we may get 2 or 3 people, but they only stay 1 year. What does that mean? Does that mean there's a misfit in our culture? Does that mean we just can't keep them engaged? What does it really mean around the people side of this data? It is very different than business data. It's the same principles, but the things you look at and the insight you gather from people analytics helps you make decisions around the human capital asset. I know people get really upset with that, because it sounds like you're calling people not people, but the human capital asset, and move that into something that is going to continue to drive revenue, going to continue to drive profit, going to continue to drive your culture of a place that people want to be, because they understand how their stuff connects to where the company's trying to go. You engage them in a way that drives innovation, and you understand through the data how you are building and moving leaders, because leadership is about behavior. It's not about position, because we all know a lot of people that are in really high positions who are really poor leaders. So you use that data from surveys, from recruitment, from Glassdoor, and all those places that are informal, to form the landscape that you need to evaluate and gather insight from in order to take action that is focused on your ultimate objective. If you don't know what your ultimate objective is, how do you know who you need to have on your team? And all of that comes down to gathering the insight through the information.
I think somebody said that was HR 101 in 5 minutes or less. I think I just earned a master's degree and halfway to a PhD for HR and people. I don't know. Maybe that's just me, but but this is Dr. Pearson, so she already has that PhD. So maybe
Yes.
it's obviously just me. So she
I'm
already.
coming. I'm getting one.
I love it. I love it. So what you have giving the whole story, or let's say the framework somewhat of people analytics and what you can do with it. But let's take a step back
Yeah.
to really talk about, why do organizations you steer away from it too often, and then why they should lean more towards it, and to what extent?
Man, that is a fantastic question. And I will say the number one foundational piece that makes people run away from it is fear. And it's fear because of that D&I space, right? Um, when you think about analytics, you think about data. When you think about data around people, you think about demographics. When you think about demographics, you think about quotas. And so people quickly, their mind quickly makes that transition to, if I measure it, then that means I'm doing a quota. If I measure it, then how come this X person gets it and I don't get it? If I'm starting to measure it, that means I have to be accountable for it, and accountable not only for my action, but even more important, I'm accountable for the impact of the action that I'm taking, whether or not those consequences were intended, right? So no matter what your intent is, you're always responsible for the impact of the actions that you took. And so when you start talking people data, one, HR leaders, you have to make sure you got the right people on your team, because there is information and data that comes into HR that is highly sensitive, that can ruin not only people's careers, but can ruin people's lives. So if you can't be trusted, you can't be in HR. You couldn't be on my team if I couldn't trust you with information, right? Because all of that stuff runs through HR. So you have to understand the sensitivity of the information that you have. But you also have to understand that what you are looking for is insight in order to inform action. So yes, there are compliance issues for which you have to understand demographics, and you have to have the count, and you've got this many of this thing in this role. But the meat of that is, but what are you doing about it? Right? So I'll give you a prime example. Um, was challenged in my role to say, wait, we don't have equity. We don't have pay equity. I'm like, we do have pay equity. No, we don't. How do we know? I'm like, because we did the data, right? We do have pay equity. I said, but here's the thing. When you are doing data and people analytics, you cannot have knee-jerk reactions. You can't go with the emotional response to, we have a pay equity issue, and pay equity is real. So don't get me wrong, pay equity is real. When we went back and looked at our information, it's like, you know what? There were a few spots where it looked like we were not paying, quote unquote, equitably. But there's a very big difference in a systemic problem of paying people inequitably and a historic change of people moving across an organization and pay getting off kilter. Those are different. One has intent, the other is about time and not paying attention. And so when we looked at our overall data that happened to be around salaries, what we're able to see is, no, on a whole, we are actually pretty equitable. And when we have issues, we make a concerted effort to be sure we're getting people in the pay range, that we're making sure we're paying attention to how we're doing it. When we had some that were really off, again, data is just the facts. The power is in the insight through the information. We were able to go back and look and say, you know what? This person is way off. What's going on? Well, you know what? They started off 20 years ago as a switchboard operator. So as we moved them up and they've moved to different roles, we didn't necessarily pay attention to the skills that they've gotten in order to ensure that we were moving their pay as well. So please understand, people that are doing people analytics and data analytics, especially around pay, I need you to take the emotion and set that aside, because emotion is different than compassion. And you can be passionate about equity, but this is about business. And so you want to make sure that you're understanding, what is the data actually telling you about the actions that you've been taking and the impact of that action. The other piece around that people data is really going back and saying, if we have some issues around leadership and representation in leadership, what is the real reason for that? Is that an internal supply? Is that how we're interviewing? Is that the questions that we're asking? Or is that where we're going to find people? And when you start digging deeper into those questions, that's when you start hearing the cultural challenges of diversifying an organization. Well, we can't go there. Well, we don't hire them. Well, the only people we need to hire really are folks who have done this thing, using this thing in this situation. Well, all those people already work for you, so you're not going to find them. And by the way, do you really need them? Or do you need people who really think well and understand processes and flows, because you're going to train them on all the stuff that's unique to you anyway? So by having the data and seeing the impact of the data, it enables you to start asking really deep, hard questions about why. And when you find out why, you can determine a what that makes an impact on the ultimate outcome you're trying to achieve. Hopefully that made sense.
It does. And I love how you brought it back again to something we talked about, which is why.
Why? Yeah. Yeah. That's
So
my favorite question. Why? 5 whys. Yeah.
I love that technique because you're going to get to the root cause real quick.
Yes.
And that's why I love kids. Everybody, this 3-year-old over here keeps asking me why. But you know what? That 3-year-old you have kids and they say, that's dumb. Why do adults do that? They've
Yeah.
asked why.
Yes.
And it's like, wait, that is dumb. So I encourage you to, if you don't know what the 5 why method is, Google
Yeah.
it. It is a great methodology for you to go through sometimes yourself, um, to figure out
Yes.
how to stop doing something. Like, why am I doing this? Why?
Yes.
Yeah. So okay. So we've looked at impact of actions in your organization. The
Mhm.
data alone, the emotion alone is not where you need to be.
Right.
You have to find that space in between to really understand what's going on in the organization.
Yeah. Yes.
Now, go ahead.
I think the challenge that people have, right? So, especially if you're in the HR space, or if you are a woman, and in particular, a woman of color in corporate America, or even really big nonprofits, emotion, right, can be seen not as passion, but either as aggression or you're too emotional. And when you're in a business setting, it doesn't mean you don't get to show up as you. It doesn't mean you need to cut it off, because there's a generation of women that also decided they had to, quote unquote, be like a man, right, to be
Yeah.
successful. It doesn't mean you have to be unemotional. But what it means is you have to really understand your audience. And if the point is to be heard, how do you recognize the environment that you're in? Communicate in a way that you can be heard in that environment. Sometimes that means modification of behavior. Sometimes that means assimilation in order to be heard. But you do what you have to do until you can do what you want to do. Nothing that's going to make you unsafe, nothing that's going to be non-compliant. And if you're unsafe, you need to get out. But there are certain periods of time where I need you, especially in HR, where people already think we don't think, and we already think we don't know anything about numbers. I need you to move the motion and put it aside, be compassionate, but speak the language of the business so that they can hear you and hear the impact of the actions they're taking, so that you can then begin to influence new actions that actually make systemic, sustainable change in the things that the data are telling you are incorrect, whether that's how you hire, issues with turnover, issues with culture that drive certain underrepresented people to be leaving right at that mid-management level. Whatever the issue is, if you're leading with emotion, not only are you not able to communicate, you're not able to hear. And if you're emotional, you're not listening. You're not listening actively, because you need to understand what people are saying, but also hear what they're not saying, so that you can address the issue at hand. And emotion keeps you from being able to be focused and detailed and really understanding where you need to come. And if you can do that, you can use the data as a tool. You don't have to use it as a weapon, right? You can use it as a tool to impact systemic change within your organization, to see sustainable, improvement in those goals you're trying to achieve.
Whew. Okay. I want y'all to pause for a minute and just breathe. 'Cause I didn't realize holding my breath. I was like, oh, okay. So let's take a step, and because we only have a few minutes left, like this
Yeah.
went way quicker. They all go quicker than I ever realized.
Right.
We're talking to HR leaders, and they're like, okay, how do I build this team to help me do this work?
Yeah. Okay. One, you have to look to home first. Are you a business person first? Or are you an HR person? If you can't speak the language of business, it doesn't matter what you want to do, where your heart is, no one's going to hear you. You're going to be the party planners. You're going to be simply relegated to just make sure the ERGs are working, make sure we do the thing, right? The pretty thing. Even from a DE&I space, if you don't understand the strategy of the business and how DE&I actually impacts the overall outcome and the overall profitability and innovation they're trying to get to, it just becomes a check the box exercise that people can throw all kinds of darts at. So you as the leader, as an HR leader, have to be a business person first. You need to know which levers to pull that cause which outcomes first. Then, when you hire people, you want to make sure you're hiring HR professionals who do understand that balance between data and compassion. It is different for different parts of the organization. You want to have really great, extroverted, wonderful people who are doing your consulting, who know how to sell it, but are also really honest about the organization, who have an intestinal fortitude and a courage to say, here is our culture, here are the things we're working on, here are the things we still need to work on, but we really need people who can help us get there and mean that. Right? Then you need business partners who can actually hold the company accountable for what they say they want to do, who can speak truth to power. You cannot be in HR if you don't have courage. And I don't mean being ugly. I mean having courage, because you don't have to be unkind, right? To be direct. It is not necessary to be nasty to be direct. It is also not unkind to be clear. So if you are looking to build your HR organization, start with you as the leader. How connected are you to the business? How well do you understand the business? How well are you connected to the HR lead or the other leaders in the organization to know where the business is trying to go and how you can get them there? How do you then help your team understand that very few things are absolutely yes or absolutely no? They're usually compliance related. Other than that, it's a question of, let me know where you're trying to go, because I can probably figure out a way to help us get there. You're able to challenge in a way that's forward moving, and you're able to challenge with the foundation of understanding the business. And because you've understood the business, and you can have just as deep a conversation about the customer, about the profit, about the processes that are happening in the organization as anyone else in the business, that builds the trust that you understand, so that you now have a platform upon which to talk about the more people related or softer things. But you have to be a business person first. And you have to be curious. I learned what I learned, and I was able to ask the questions that I asked, and I was able to build the reputation that I built because I was curious about the organization. I want to know how it works. I want to know how we make our chemicals. I wanted to work overnight, and I'm a morning person, not a night person. I worked nights at my plant because I wanted to know what those guys were going through on rotating shifts. I wanted to know what they had to say when everybody else wasn't around. I wanted to build a relationship with them that said, I am not always going to tell you yes, but I am always going to tell you the truth. You can ask me absolutely anything, and I will answer, as long as it's not about an individual or about somebody else's performance. But if I don't know, I will tell you I don't know, and I'll find out. If I can't tell you, I will actually tell you I can't tell you, and I'll tell you why. So it's about establishing as a leader a level of honesty, a level of forthrightness, a level of transparency in the realm of HR that gives you the platform and the trust to be able to make changes that are difficult for people to make. Everything you do in HR is related to people. Every leader, every person who is building a team, because again, leadership is about behavior, not position. It's about people. And so the data is the facts. The insight gives you the information to make systemic change that impacts people. And if you don't get that as a leader, you're not going to be able to find people who are going to get that on your team. And you're going to be relegated to planning the parties. You're going to be relegated to just doing the march and doing the banners and doing the events. And while there may be people on your team who love to do that, who understand the birthdays, that wasn't me, right? But I had people who loved it. You're not really going to become a key piece of the business. You're just going to be that cost center that they just relegate to the side, and you won't be able to be in the detailed conversations, and you get caught flat-footed, and they just call you when they're trying to fix it. So be a business leader first that happens to have a specialty in human resources and how to magnify the importance and the innovation of the human capital asset for the business. And if you can do that, you will find people who will work for you who will be able to do it too.
Oh, Laurel, see, I think we needed like 3 hours, because this 45 minutes just blew by.
It goes
And
fast. Yeah.
so it is. But It's always when the conversation's good. It's so many tactics and things HR leaders have to own and have to do, and then there are things that outside of that have to work as well. Yeah, somebody I want to share this comment. Laurel, you really frame the gaps between HR teams and the rest of the organization. Named the gaps and how to get HR to become real partners to the rest of the organization. Thank you.
Thank you, Zoe, for listening. Yeah, it's not personal to me, guys. It can't be emotional. It can't be personal. Doesn't mean you don't take things personally, but it's not personal. It's business. And if you focus on the business first, all the other stuff will come. I promise. I promise it will.
Absolutely. So, how can people connect with you, Laurel?
So the best thing, I would love people to go and listen to, download my podcast. So you can get it on my website, laurelrutledge.com/podcast. I'm also on all the platforms. They're really quick, short bites, 10 to 15 minutes. And I've got a big goal trying to get to 17,000 downloads by the end of the year. So please like, share, download. If there's something you want me to talk about, send that too. It's all about career and leadership. So would love to have you do that. I'm also on all the platforms. So you can find me on Instagram. You can find me on Facebook, LinkedIn. On Facebook and Instagram, it's Laurel K. Rutledge or The Rutledge Perspective.
And I love this because Laurel, you wrapped up. I don't know if you caught the discussion that I was having with Marissa talking about leaders in the workplace. Like, nah, y'all management, I can't do that.
Yes.
And you so broke down what does that look like, and that was really really phenomenal for me.
Yeah. Thank
So.
you.
So, all right. Thank you so much, Laurel. Be sure to check out her podcast. If you love what she was talking about, I know you are like, wait, hold on, don't move yet. Don't move yet. I'm trying to get to the website.
Right.
It's Laurel Rutledge. I'm pronouncing all of the consonants.
Yes.
So laurelrutledge.com/podcast. Go to our website. It's the quickest way to find her, or you can Google Laurel K. Rutledge. Thank you so much, Laurel.
Thank you for having me. This has been lovely. I really appreciate it.
You're very welcome. Everybody say bye.
Bye.
Woo! Okay, y'all, I cannot believe we're in the final hour. Them first 3 hours just flew by. I'm like, the sun is like, I'm awake now. The sun, we even brought the sun out, like the sun ready to get on. Like, sun, you always have the shine. You always have the shine, except maybe in Pittsburgh during the wintertime. So we are going to do our last sponsor for the virtual summit. I want to introduce you to this great DEI consulting firm called Sombramos, founded by Casey Atha. Casey has a breadth of experience from working on Capitol Hill to being in the Peace Corps to even, how about this, having her own tech startup where she helped reporters in other countries share what was going on. You know, reporters in certain countries get killed, right, for sharing out certain information. She created a company specifically to help share this information. It's no longer around, but she was providing safety for these reporters to share information, to share around the globe about what was going on in different countries. So she has done fantastic work. What she does now with Sembramos, though, is she helps organizations cultivate equity, inclusion, and diversity in their leaders, right? Training their leaders, helping their organizations understand where they are, and bringing in cultural competency as well. So if you are looking for someone to work with, I highly recommend you learn more at sombramos.org. It is a great organization. I've had fantastic time working with KC over the last few years, and I personally recommend this organization to you. And you're like, I don't know you either. I know, but you getting to know me today is going to be better. I promise, I promise, I promise. Now, up next, we have our I don't know what to call her, a behavioral scientist who nerds out with me too often, talking about the Latinx, the Black, the Afro Latina experience here in the US, especially. And what does that look like, especially in the workplace? And so, what Clarissa Silva and I are going to be talking about is a different perspective. We often hear, and I shared with her this article, and I have to see if I can drop in the link, which was talking about how tech companies have been trying to fix people, but not itself. It talked about how the last 50 years, tech companies have created training programs, but diversity has not moved in that industry. And we're going to talk about on the data side why. So, welcome up, everybody, Miss Clarissa Silva. Hey,
Thank you.
Clarissa.
Hi, Michelle. Thank you so much. It's truly an honor to be here.
See, I like when she comes. I be getting honored and stuff. I get honored. Okay. So, can you tell everybody watching and listening about yourself, like behavioral scientists? Like, what are you talking about in equitable workplace? Like, what's really going on?
So, right, I was trained in behavioral science at the University of Michigan 20 years ago. And at that time, I specialized in infectious disease and mental health. So I am double board certified in mental health and in behavioral science. So behavioral science is really a comprehensive, strategic research approach to create individual, group, or systemic change. The comprehensive part of behavioral science and the strategic part of behavioral science is that we look at problems from the full life cycle plus impact and outcome. So I practiced in HIV/AIDS for 20 years prior to becoming an entrepreneur. And I started my entrepreneurial venture with my research consulting firm because I saw the absence of really that comprehensive full life cycle outcome and impact studies being conducted in products that we're using every day. So I engage with companies at every stage of the full life cycle of research, but really the behavioral science approach that makes our strategy so different is that we focus on outcome and impact first, and then work backwards to make sure that you create sustainable change, or you have included within your design things that would help ameliorate the consumer or ameliorate the experience.
I love how you said outcome and impact first, and in the entire life cycle. And so, right now, more than probably the last 50 years or so, we're seeing more tactics being displayed on really mostly on diversity recruitment as opposed to employers looking at the employee life cycle. And let's dig into that for a minute. So they're looking at the recruitment side only. What should employers really be considering if they're looking if they're trying to figure out how to create an equitable workplace?
So let's begin with the first problem, right? The first problem is definitions of diversity have a lot of variance, right? So if that diversity definition has variance, then the measurement and the type of programs and strategies that you're using will only cover aspects that fall within that definition. So when behavioral science walks into a company and starts looking at some of those definitions, and we see flaws because they're not as comprehensive, because if it's not a comprehensive definition of diversity, then you're truncating the outcome, right? And you're truncating what you're looking at, and you're developing indicators around almost very superficial level indicator and metrics, right? So the development of what you're trying to create can seem like you've solved for diversity if you just hire, right? So I now am I am now a much more optimal organization because I have, let's brag. I hired 2 Black engineers. I hired a Latina scientist. So those 3 people do not represent a comprehensive approach to diversity. It is just hiring is the outcome for many, and how they define, how they resolve the problem of diversity in companies. So our work extends a little bit further than that, because now you have to consider, what does wellness look like? What kinds of benefits should be offered? What kinds of way could we wrap around being supportive within even that individual's full life cycle, right? Like, we have done projects that looked at caregiving and what kinds of optimal benefits match for different lifestyles. So that's the first problem point, right? So your measurement is going to be off when that level of variance exists, when you're considering even your definition of diversity, because technically companies will just stop at the one outcome of, hey, I have hired this, I have done this. So now you're just going to be treated just like every other employee. Perform, right? And ignore the aspects of what diversity really needs. So that's the quick and dirty of how I would encase the biggest problem when companies are trying to approach the diversity problem in general.
Thank you so much, Clarissa. Um,
It's okay.
so what I want to talk about next is we're seeing a lot of organizations with these entry level training programs to diversify the talent pipeline. Can we talk about what they're measuring and what is really for the employee life cycle they should be measuring?
So even that has variance, right? So there are so ideally the training programs are designed to try to remove the level of disparity that exists, right? But for a long time now, right, we have had an influx of these programs that are designed to be training or mentorship style to help promote or recruit or retain talent that you wouldn't normally have access to. So the problem really is within that, again, variance, right? It's not just that you have retained, created a program that recruited, and you're training so that you could help reduce that disparity. But you also have to consider, all right, it's not enough to just enroll people in programs, right? You have to focus on the outcomes of how, let's consider when you go through, you have graduated from the training program and now you're placed within the organization. Okay, now how many of those trained employees are going to be promoted? How frequently? What would be the optimal conditions to get them promoted, and what time frame would it require for those promotions to happen? And the second side of it is, okay, you're still aiming for equity and parity. So now most companies just stop at the point of, okay, I've trained, enrolled, graduated, right? That's a full intervention in and of itself, right? But see, things fall short when it ends at that graduation point, right? Because employee satisfaction is going to be the main driver of wanting to stay within the company, right? Because it's you have, when you're going through these internal training programs, and now I'm talking about internal programs that promote growth for the employee. We'll also talk about programs that are designed, that are specifically targeted for Black and Latinos, right? But we'll go into, let's finish off the employee section, right? So what you're most interested in as a company is that retention, right? That retention has to be this, it has to be consistent across, right? And have additional considerations when you have Black or Latino employees or Indigenous employees, non-white, let's just say non-white employees. We should, right? We should also be considering what types of wraparound supportive services that we could provide to ensure that that employee will absolutely be retained, right? But promoted and be able to evolve into leadership positions, so that the style of management, decision making, can create cultural shifts. So really, when you're looking at the most optimal conditions, is to create these systemic and group level changes so that the culture can transform into a much more inclusive environment.
Thank you for breaking that down. Number one, the two types, we look at the internal and the external programs, and what are they really doing, and so forth. So for employers that have decided to do these programs, what their level of success is measured by how many people complete the programs. When we look at it, we being people who are Black, people who are Latinx, people who are Indigenous, other people of color, we're looking at a different metric oftentimes. So what should organizations literally be trying to figure out as to what is their onset or goals? Because we look at pictures in magazines and count the brown and Black faces.
Mm-hmm.
And so our experiences are different. So what should employers really be considering?
So the first thing is, like, we have to start from the baseline of there is zero understanding of what Black and Latino populations need, or non-white populations, marginalized populations. However, we want to look at groups of people that have different needs, right? And that also have a different style of approach, different style of strategy, right? So when we just consider, even when you look at one aspect like bilingual, and look at that impact across cognition, right? That technically, when you're multi or bilingual, you're also multi-cognitive and bicognitive, right? So when we start thinking about what needs to exist as the optimal conditions, we have to start from a basic baseline, right? You have to begin a research study like you would do any research study. You have to conduct focus groups, gendered and inclusive, right? And discover what types of support, right? Because companies need to understand the experience first, right? And, luckily we're having conversations now that is looking at trauma-driven mental health, the racism as effects on mental health as a core, right? And we're looking at how we can better wrap around support for all employees, right? Like, so I'll give you a case example, right? We looked at caregiving, right? So caregiving, we offer two types of interventions, right? One voucher and one in-house at the company where you're bringing your child, and there's in-house caregiving. most of the Black and Latina moms wanted the voucher, right? Like they needed to have that separation and know that they didn't have to worry, right? Because that aspect of worrying also impacts their performance throughout the day, right? So we have to start there, right? We have to start by really deep diving and exploratory analysis and exploratory kind of research to figure out what are the best and like what are the best things we can offer our employees that will keep them and that they will want to stay and be promoted, so that you could get that last piece of the behavioral science pie of that outcome and impact. You're aiming for divisional, cultural, level change more than just, okay, the employee needs these sets of support systems around them, and we have to also consider these aspects of their mental health and their well-being. So, and on the other side too, is that the white employees also have to be trained and also have to understand what comes from those focus groups and understand how to minimize some of that trauma-driven mental health that consistently happens in the workplace.
You ended it on the highest note: trauma-driven interactions in the workplace. And some people don't realize how traumatic the workplace is for us. And just an aside, having conversations about who wants to return to the workplace after working from home, and the employers are like, wait, I don't understand why more people don't want to come back. I ask you to look at who doesn't want to come back, because that may be a telling story. And again, it's something you said, and I want to highlight this comment, a couple comments actually. First, she's been hanging out with us all day, Dr. Pearson. But Clarissa Silva, I appreciate how you framed this. Define what diversity is first. And so as you go through your organization and you're looking at people who don't want to come back, and you're like, they must come back, look and see who doesn't want to come back, right? And you then may find out that where you thought you had an equitable workplace, these are the people, for whatever reason, may not be finding equitable. You have a lot of questions to go ask and a lot of things to get answered. But by simply saying, oh, it's not enough of them, it's only 6% or 12% or 40%, the majority rules, I highly encourage you not to take that stance, but instead to look and see who really isn't coming back. So let me continue. I'll finish. I paused in the middle of the statement. What diversity is the current state of our organization, and what it really is compared to what we want. It helps us figure out how to address the true diversity problem we are experiencing. And oftentimes we don't look at that. We assume it's gender and race, and they're differently abled or often used disabled. We look at LGBTQ community, and all of these other layers of intersectionality that we don't focus on, we don't discuss, because it's always these two. Can we ever get past it? I don't know. Hopefully, in our lifetime, we will. Hopefully, we will have a lot of movement and traction on this. So, I did want to share that. Clarissa, any thoughts?
Thank you, Dr. Pearson. Absolutely right. Yes, because one human being is intersectional, meta level, right? Like so when we just think about the complexities on just one human being level. Now, COVID, the other blend of this diversity is risk tolerance, right? There's even like we could, Dr. Pearson, we could continue to add so many elements to just what we really have to figure out to resolve issues that create dissatisfaction, discontent, or just they're just leaving. They're just leaving because you are in such a suboptimal place.
Absolutely, absolutely. Um, just one more comment. I'm feeling very motivated by all the messages that are being shared here today. Thank you. You're very welcome. Glad you could join us. If there are things that you're like, I missed that, I was taking notes, I was reading Dr. Pearson's messages, comments, you could always go over to the website and be sure to register there. Now, we're in the last few minutes. These go by way quicker than we thought. I can tell you that much. Um, what I do want you to talk about a bit is for organizations that have these programs and they are really trying to figure out why they still have a diversity problem. What do they really need to be doing right now? Like, we've been running this program for 5 years or 7 years, and we don't know what's going on exactly. What would you say to them?
So let's go back to measurement, right? So if we could really adjust our thinking to be more impact driven and cultural and systemic change driven, rather than CSR line or percentage for this or percentage for that, we're addressing the problem, right? Like implementing incremental levels of change, right? So, and that is all driven by impact and outcome of how you're structuring your program. It's not enough to hire, right? You have to have promotion because you have to have executive level change, right? And remember, the biggest benefit is that multi-cognitive, like, from a business perspective, and bottom line is, okay, the cost of retaining that type of talent and the strategy, right? Like, the strategy that we develop is far more comprehensive, far more inclusive, right? Because we have dealt with absence so much that we know what it would be if we had full, right? So companies have to begin approaching things, from a behavioral science driven outcome and impact measurement, right? It's not enough to hire. It's not enough to, add elements that you think are ameliorating circumstances within that individual's life. It has to translate into incremental changes across structure to even even be able to impact cultural change, right? So outcome and impact has to shift in companies.
Absolutely, absolutely agree. I love this. I want to share one other comment, something we talked about a few minutes. I love this. I did a big return of office survey for a company in June. When we spliced by race and ethnicity for caregiver status, there are huge differences. The caregiving responsibilities of Latinx, Black, and Asian men and women are 1.7 to 2 times those of white men.
Yep.
And so we like, come back. Then it's still a pandemic going on. What do you mean come back? I don't. If we were fortunate enough, remember, also for the Black and Latinx communities, many of us were not fortunate to have remote jobs. Remember, all of a sudden we became essential workers, but not so much essential anymore. So I do want to thank you for sharing that,
Yeah,
because
thank you,
culturally,
Diana.
yeah,
Yeah, we
culturally,
also observed a similar pattern because the responsibility was a loaded one, right? Because there's intergenerational
yeah,
relatives and sandwich, right? Like you have your parents and your children. So the just to contextualize a little bit, because we did a similar exploratory study, right? And we found that risk tolerance varied tremendously, depending on the age of the child and if there was an aging parent in the home, right? So it's like
yeah.
double, triple risk, right?
Yes.
So yes, risk tolerance is also something that is guiding a lot of the COVID transition work now, and hopefully, we'll see even those types of models and those types of offerings to to be more responsive to what employee needs really are.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, Clarissa, this has been absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for joining today. How can people connect with you?
So absolutely LinkedIn. And if you want to read more about some of the research that I've been conducting, since COVID, and some of the decision-making work I have, it's clarissasilva.com. But
Yeah,
definitely LinkedIn. Please don't hesitate to reach out if I can help in any way.
I love it. So I'm gonna do this real quick for those of you who didn't catch it, but you can also catch her at clarissasilva.com if my internet wants to work with me. So let's show this. Yes.
Oh,
So you can
wow.
also go to clarissasilva.com to learn more. But this is why you have a behavioral scientist come join. It is behavior based on what is going on in the workplace. So Clarissa, thank you so much for joining us. People, be sure to connect with her on LinkedIn, go to her website, check it out. She has something for you so you can create an equitable workplace. Thanks, Clarissa.
Thank you, Michelle.
Everybody, oh my God, that is 2.5 hours. Okay, I want to know in the chat, what are some of your thoughts? In the chat, what are some of your thoughts? Um, what have some of the speakers, what are some of the comments that you thought were very powerful? Um, that really are giving you a new perspective. Maybe they are energizing you, maybe even giving you some strategies or tactics you can take into the workplace. I want to hear those, share those with me, because we are looking at the future of work being an equitable workplace, right? And people like, oh, well, technology is going to displace people. If you're creating an equitable workplace, you're making sure people are getting, guess what, trained for that are in roles that are being eliminated to new roles. It's about equity. You're looking to see who's being left behind. And so, as we're thinking about equity in the workplace, what does that really mean for you and your organization? What does that even mean for you as an employee, as a DEI practitioner? What does that mean if you're an HR or an executive in an organization, or you're aiming for that type of role when we're looking at equity in the workplace? The last speaker was Clarissa Silva. Um, and I can put up Clarissa's information one more time. So was the one before Clarissa was Laurel Rutledge. So just let me know if it's the one that just left or the one before her. I got a glimpse. Oh, so you're talking about Laurel Rutledge. So I can put up Laurel's information as well. So Laurel Rutledge, she is on LinkedIn, and you can also check out her website, laurelrutledge.com/podcast. So when we're looking at equity in the workplace, we're talking about not the majority. When you're looking at your data, your surveys, people are happy, but really looking at everyone and really diving in and understanding what's going on. Yes, we do have a lot of work to do, and it will take all of us contributing, using data as a story. Yes, I love this. Let me share this. I hope you're very welcome. Okay, cool. You got it. I want to share this comment. We have a lot of work to do, and it will take us all contributing, using data as a story and as a method to give us clarity and insights to make impactful, long lasting change. Now, when people hear me talk about data, they're often confusing, like, oh, computers aren't going to fix it. I'm not saying computers are going to fix stuff. That's technology is not going to fix it. What I am saying is that technology or data can be utilized to help identify where things need to be studied. You need to be asking the 5 whys. Why is it like this? You need to be talking to your employees to understand what's going on that is driving that data point, right? And what changes, or maybe there aren't changes, right, that need to be going on and that need to happen in that organization. But as we went through the day, we also um, talked about uh, the journey of Black people in the workplace, and that was on Thursday with John Graham. But this today we kicked it off, and we started with the journey that white management and white people need to take to understand racism and become anti-racist. I think this reminded me to make sure that I work my fully embedded, that my work is fully embedded in the overall business strategy. The data does tell a story, but the people provide the narrative. It does. It's not one or the other. You have to bridge them together. And right now, when Laurel was talking earlier, she was talking about how the data scares people because they think it drives down the quotas, and for other people, the liability in that organization. And sharing their public numbers like Pinterest does. When Randy was on, he was talking about what Pinterest, the data that Pinterest shares about what's going on with diversity in the organization. And there's a tech company, small startup tech company called Buffer. They were sharing their salaries. They have salary transparency, but they wanted those things in their organizations to say that we are creating an equitable workplace. We want to be fair. They're not perfect, don't get me wrong, but they wanted to have something that they could publicly show. Some people are like, oh my God, we're never going to show that. For organizations that have made these public statements, right, after the murder of George Floyd, we have seen very little or no movement since then. You're still planning 18 months later, but you had a D&I department prior to, you had a budget before then. What I encourage you is really, really understanding and really studying your organizations. Excuse me one second. And what I mean by that is you're talking to people, you're going back into and you're engaging with people. And I remember being in corporate America not too long ago, and a former coworker who was actually in a management role telling me, Michelle, the company won't get rid of you because you're a woman and you're Black. Now, mind you, there were 0 people in management at this organization. There were even fewer people who were engineers that were Black. And I remember when I started, it was about 15 young Black engineers, and a couple Latinas, and there were literally only 3 of us left that came in the organization. And so for years, if I wanted to see another Black woman engineer, I had to look in the mirror. In a global company, that's what I had to do for over a decade. And so organizations then are wondering, well, it's not us, we provide opportunity. But what does that opportunity look like? Because at first, we come in and we're young and we're eager, we're a pet, but you find out sometimes our eagerness now becomes a threat. And so things are withheld from us, things are not offered to us. And it really becomes apparent very soon that this is not a place that we can grow and advance our careers. And so we leave and we leave and we leave again, looking for an equitable workplace. And so if we want to see that change in an organization, it's important that companies, number one, look at where they are, but before you look at the data, decide where you want to be, right? You need to decide where you want to be, because it's really important that you decide where you want to be, not just because it's the end thing to do, but because you on an individual level will take the journey and do the work, and not just hire somebody and hide them away and not give them the resources they need to succeed. Number two, you're willing to do the work because you want change in your organization, right? And you want to make it sustainable, but you aren't sure what that looks like, because you're like, hey, we've been good at X, Y, and Z of our journey, but we're not falling short. We're falling short here. And I did an executive roundtable last month, and we were just talking about job descriptions and how managers and leaders in organizations were going out and sharing job postings where they could increase the visibility of the job postings to new types of candidates, right? Whatever that diversity or intersectionality they were looking for. The question I posed was, did you change the language of your job posting, right? And so what I meant by that was, you did something different that was really easy. You Googled places to go. But what additional work did you do to really make you change your mindset, right? On another level. And so we keep going back like, okay, that's a great step. But what's the next one? And what's the next one? And oftentimes companies are employing tactics as opposed to having a clear strategy and not knowing where to go. If you are looking to change that, if you're really looking at trying to figure out where you want to go next in this journey, you're trying to figure out what is next for your organization. If maybe you sort of kind of should maybe do a training, right? Everybody was doing a D&I training last year, maybe some this year. Maybe you're like, we're past the training part and we know where we are. We want to go someplace deeper. I encourage you to just have a conversation with me. I want to offer to you a place to come and just talk about equitable workplaces. Just schedule a call. You can bring your team. You can bring other people in your organization for 45 minutes. I'm going to ask you a few questions, like don't go and think, oh, I can just put in my name and email. No, I have specific questions to understand where you are. It's not good or bad. It's just where you are right now and where you want to go and where you may be stuck. Because the important part of this is not staying still. The important part of this is making sustainable change, and that means taking actionable steps that are measurable, but most importantly, they are around your why. Remember, we started with your why. They are around where you currently are, your current situation. Like, and how did you get to where you are? Because then you can go back and you can figure out, okay, where do we need to make changes? But that all is a process that you really, really have to take, that you really need to understand how to do. So one of the things that we're working on here at Positive Hire is helping organizations look at their data. I am part of the 3.94% of engineers who identify as Black, Hispanic, and Indigenous. 3.94%. If you're in your organization and you're saying, hey, that's negligible, you would be talking about me. I'm not negligible. Clarissa, who's Latina, is not negligible, right? To make sustainable change for those who are most marginalized, you have to understand who they are You have to look at those smaller subsets and those data points to understand who they are and what, and start talking to them to understand their experiences. And too often it's like, oh, well, the majority is saying this, or management wants that. But in equity, that's not what it looks like. And it truly, truly does take an it does take work, and it is a journey. This is not a sprint. Some of you are like, oh, we'll be done with this. It Because as soon as you get something right with one group of people, let's say Black women, now you're looking at Black women who are mothers. You might be looking at Black women who do not have a 4-year college degree. You could be looking at Latinas who are first generation, then Latinas who are first generation mothers. And so every time you bring equity to one group, there's going to be more that you have to work on. And so that number hopefully gets smaller, but you won't know until you're actually doing the work. So I encourage you to definitely, let's just have a conversation. It's not a sales call. Trust me, I do fewer sales calls than I do anything else. But I really want to understand where you are, what assistance do you need, and where are you trying to go? Because this journey will not be done alone. Somebody actually had a great comment. I want to say, oh, where is it? About how you're going to utilize it. It's going to take a while, but it's definitely a long lasting change. Yes, we have a lot of work to do, and it will take us all contributing, using data as a story and as a method to give us clarity and insights to make the impact long lasting change. Because sometimes, let's be honest, our barrier to getting some of this done is legal, right? Our barrier to doing some of this work is the budget. Like, it's for people. Our barrier to making change within our organization is not a template. It's going to be what is going on in our organization, and us getting out and talking to people and really asking questions. And lastly, that barrier may be yourself, not understanding what racism looks like in your organization, or even having to own and be accountable for what it looks like in your organization when it's not equitable. So let's talk about that. For those of you who are like, Michelle, today is not that day, that is fine. This is not a day for everybody. But for everybody, we will be sending out a survey, because I want to know, my team and I want to know, how did this go? Did this help you? What did you really need that we didn't provide, that I didn't provide? Let me take that on my shoulders. What did not provide to you today that you really needed to bring equity into your workplace or to your client's workplace? Are you looking at future work like it's not equity, it's X, Y, and Z? I want to know that. But in this stance, I'm saying equitable workplace is creating the future of work. Because right now, people are quitting, they're retiring early. They're like, you know what? I'm going to live my best life, and it is not here and now. And you need to know, what does that mean for your organization? And not how only do you survive having so many openings, but how do you thrive going forward, creating an equitable workplace? All right. So I'm going to add some of my favorite highlights from today. So Lynn just blew. I love Lynn Hurdle. I met her about, I guess, 6 years ago. What Lynn and I are a lot alike. We do not like doing we don't do performative work, and we won't do it. But what Lynn really did was say, if you're willing to do the work, I'm willing to work with you. However, you have to fill out this form. I'm going to interview you, and then I will determine whether or not you will be a part of my program on the matter of race. And this is specifically for white people. So she started this pre-George Floyd, because she had white women approach her about participating. So definitely check out Lynn Hurdle. Then after Lynn, we had Randy. Kniflick, and Randy was talking about, wait, before you do this, what is your why? Why are you doing this? And not a nice, cakey, easygoing why. Like, it needs to be substantial. It needs to be believed and felt from the top down and throughout the organization, and really driving home on that. So I really, really enjoyed listening to him talk about that. Then we had change management. What does change management look like? And when we had Diana File talking about utilizing data to bring DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice in your organization, she talked about change management. We actually had a couple people talk about change management today, but it was really important about within change management having accountability, which goes back to what we also talked about on Thursday with John Graham. So these are all pivotal and important parts that you have to have in creating equity in the workplace. Then when we were talking to Marissa, we also talked about employee engagement and understanding that intersectionality again, understanding who's engaged and who is not, and really digging in deep to understand who it is. And you're going to have to go out and do that work. You're going to have to be very actionable. It could mean, I don't know, you talk to people and not just do online surveys, but really being active and showing up to your employees, right? Then we went, yeah, I took my notes. Y'all think I was playing like, no, I was over here talking. I was over here taking notes. Faith did not have a leadership or management role in her organization, right? But she was able to create a sponsorship program for Black women in middle management, her organization, that is funded, that is 18 months. But what is truly pivotal, they are not just training the Black women, they're training their white male sponsors, which goes back to Lynn Hurdle. Y'all see how I interweaved all these things together? Because these are things we haven't really seen prior to the murder of George Floyd that we're doing differently, which is taking and educating more white people on what racism is in the US, how to become anti-racist, but they have to be willing to do the work. It is not a passive way of being anti-racist. It is actual work on oneself. Laurel, oh my God, I don't even know where to go with Laurel. So let's try this. As an HR leader, you need to speak the language of the business, right? Not just go out and have. Let me, Laurel, I gotta say something. I like the cupcakes for birthdays. I really did. I kind of miss kind of being in the office because we knew what day. Like, I would try to be in the St. Louis office just for cake day. It was a good cake. I can't remember where it came from, but anyway. But as HR, you don't own the culture, right? And that's really important for HR to understand, that you don't own the culture. Um, and the impact of actions in the organization, what did they look like? So I really, really like that. Then when we go back to Clarissa Silva, at our next to last speaker, she was talking about when we looked at these programs, whether it's inside employers and outside employers, we needed to understand what diversity was. And it was a great comment. I'm gonna scroll up to. I love some of that. I know I got a new best friend, Dr. Pearson, over here, but there was a great comment. I think it was Dr. Pearson. It may have been somebody else, about diversity and understanding and defining what it is for your organization. Diversity is not the same thing for every organization. You may be doing well with Black women. You may not be doing well with Latinas. I'm just saying. And so you may be doing well with people over, I don't know, 40, but not people under 40. Why is that? And I think it's really, really important for us to do that. So all I'm saying is, this is a journey. You cannot go it alone, which has already been shared here. but it's really, really important that you you find people, and they may be in this chat with you depending which platform you're on. But I really, really want to say this. I think this reminded me to make sure that my work is fully embedded in the overall business strategy. The data does tell the story, but the people provide the narrative, and they absolutely do. I want to go back to Dr. Pearson. Addressing the minds, hearts, and hands of leaders is imperative in integrating diversity, equity, inclusion, belonging, and justice as a core element in our daily work. Yes, daily work. It is not weekend warrior work. This is daily work. Moving towards action is the best course of action. As leaders in and of organizations, our actions must align with our message. I absolutely agree. So, everybody, if you have been with us part of the time, all of the time, thank you so much for joining us. If you are like, how do I have to go back and look through all of these replays? No, you do not. I got you covered. If you go to bit.ly/equitable workplace 21, within the next 24 hours, we will have all of the videos split up, unedited, because we don't have enough time to edit all 8 videos, but they'll be unedited and they'll be available to you. Just go register through the site, and keep engaging here. Add your comments. We definitely want to hear what you have to say. And if you've registered, you will be receiving a survey. But more importantly, if you register, you get to enter to win John Graham's book, Plantation Theory. And I want to say, as a Black woman who used to work in corporate America, I thank John for this book, because I don't want to continue to talk about my experience every day, all day in corporate America. I would rather have, I don't know, a book to share my experiences, because too often they are not unique. They are very much, I don't know, similar, in this, in no matter the industry or the person. So definitely, and if you're just tired of talking to people, just send them to the website. Like, get the book at plantationtheory.com. They're gonna clutch their pearls because you're gonna say plantation. No, it's Equitable Workplace 21. Is that not working? Does that link not work? Oh, okay. Just kidding. Okay. See, they're playing with me in the comments. Okay. So, but this is a really good book. And let me tell you, it doesn't just talk about the Black people's experience in corporate America. It gives people's questions to answer in the back of the book, so that after you read it, you go through and you really think about what you have read, but where do you play in creating an equitable workplace? It's really important that you go through the question. That's why I'm like, yo, like, this book. It is not just about reliving our trauma. It is about helping other people take action in it. So, but be sure, if you're looking to create an equitable workplace in 2022, you're looking to look at your data, you're thinking about it, Diana Fowle and I are here to help you with that. We're working within my community of Black, Latinx, and Indigenous women who are experienced scientists, engineers, and technology professionals, because I'm part of that 3.94% of Black, Hispanic, and Indigenous women with an engineering degree. And when most organizations will look at surveys, I'm negligible. But I matter to me. I should matter to you as an employee. So how do we change that? We have to change it in order to make this an equitable workplace. Yep. So everybody have a great week. We will be back. I don't know. I think I'm done with live streams. But if you're in the Positive Hire community for Black, Latinx, and Indigenous women in STEM, we do have a couple of virtual events coming up. So stay tuned. We'll be announcing those shortly before we wind down the year. And I go on vacation. All right, everybody, be well. And I look forward to talking to you soon. Bye.